The hot spring trip was suggested by my husband, and it was supposed to be a delightful getaway just for the two of us. However, without telling me, he invited our son and his wife, with whom I have a strained relationship. When we arrived at the hotel, my son's wife bluntly said, "If you dislike being with Mike and me so much, why don't you sleep in the parking lot or somewhere around there?" Her mocking words, combined with my husband and son's failure to intervene, pushed me to my breaking point. "Fine, do as you please. I'll be sleeping outside then." "Bye," I retorted and got into the rental car parked in the hotel lot, heading out for a night stroll to clear my mind. As I wandered the streets until dawn, I heard the sirens of ambulances and fire engines. When I turned my phone back on, I found an incredible number of missed calls from my husband and son. "What the hell are you doing? How many times do you think we called and texted you?" my husband demanded when I answered. He and my son were frantic, explaining that a careless smoking incident had caused a fire scare at the hotel. I was utterly appalled by their lack of apology, so I gave my husband one last chance. "Hey, which is more important to you? Mike and his wife or me?" "What? What's with that all of a sudden? Is this the time to be asking that? Just come back already," he replied. "I see, that's fine. Well, Mike is your child with that woman anyway, and it seems like I'm no longer in your eyes." Hearing these words, my husband and son were perplexed on the other end of the phone. That's when I decided to spill a secret, a hidden truth we had been carrying within our marriage. My name is Elizabeth, 46 years old, and this year marks the 20th anniversary of my marriage to James. We both work for a hobby manufacturer company, with James in sales and me in accounting, just as we have since our marriage. We were blessed with a son, Mike, who has become a delightful part of our lives by marrying Jennifer, a girl he met at university. To outsiders, we might appear to be a normal, happy family, but in reality, we are facing a certain issue. One day, as I was preparing dinner after returning home, I noticed James researching something on the computer. Curious, I peered over and saw beautiful resorts and hot springs displayed on the screen. I couldn't help but lean in closer with excitement. James turned to me and said, "Actually, I've been thinking about planning a trip soon." "A trip? That sounds wonderful." I couldn't contain my excitement and raised my voice. "See, we've both been busy working and haven't had much chance for this kind of thing. Don't you think it's about time we let loose a bit?" "Yes, I've been feeling the same way," he replied. Fortunately, outside of our busy seasons, we both have flexible schedules that allow for time off. Just thinking about the trip made me giddy with excitement, something that hadn't happened in years. Though James initially helped with household chores after our marriage, he eventually stopped, citing work as the reason, leaving me to handle most of it. This trip, suggested by James himself, was a much-needed break from the accumulated fatigue and stress, more than anything. I was happy when my husband, who usually only showed interest in his work and rarely conversed with me, suggested we go on a trip together. "The trip is a great idea," I said, "but there's something I've been hesitant to talk to you about." "Hesitant about what? What is it?" he asked. "You know what I'm talking about. It's about Mike and Jennifer." Hearing our son and daughter-in-law's names made my expression darken. Since advancing to junior high, Mike had grown distant and cold towards me, his mother. Ignoring my attempts to talk, he would lock himself in his room or go out, and on the rare occasions he did respond, it was with a dismissive, "It's nothing," or "Leave me alone." At times he was outright rude, demanding, "Hurry up with the food," or "Give me some pocket money." There were even instances when I was locked out of the house, not just by the door but by a chain gate. Initially, I dismissed it as a phase of rebellion, but when his harsh words and actions persisted, I grew concerned and consulted James several times. However, James brushed it off, saying, "Isn't that just a phase of rebellion? Or maybe just adolescence? You should understand that and deal with him properly as a mother," showing little concern for the matter. I tried to reach out to Mike, but his attitude remained unchanged. After advancing to high school, he moved into a dorm and continued living in one during university, hardly ever returning home. Even after marrying Jennifer, I wasn't invited to their wedding, and my letters of congratulations went unanswered. When Mike brought his wife Jennifer home, I immediately sensed a mismatch. Her brightly dyed hair, heavy makeup, and flamboyant attire made her appear quite flashy, even for her age. In front of James and Mike, Jennifer behaved normally. But the moment we were alone, she stared at me, then glared and said, "I wondered what kind of woman the mother of Mike would be, only to find out she's this plain. No wonder Mike detests you." Her derogatory words and expression cut deep. I thought Jennifer was indeed a perfect match for Mike. Interestingly, they didn't have any children and seemed to live a carefree life, despite their apparent dislike for me. Much like Mike's. From the day they were introduced, they began to frequent our house often, usually with Mike in tow. When they visited, Mike and Jennifer would lounge around, hurling insults at me, and even stay for dinner. I was left to prepare and clean up the meals alone while they arrogantly demanded more drinks and snacks, leaving me no peace. I rarely joined their conversations, but Jennifer once condescendingly said, "Elizabeth, why do you even work after getting married? Spending hours surrounded by old men making toys?" I couldn't do that. Jennifer, being supported by Mike, doesn't work herself, and given her habit of skipping work, likely wouldn't last long in any job. Hearing her gleefully talk about skipping past jobs, I sighed inwardly. Unable to tolerate Mike and Jennifer's selfish and tyrannical behavior any longer, I once again sought advice from James. However, he simply said, "Mike is still as rebellious as ever, but Jennifer isn't that bad, right?" Feeling miserable, I replied, "But I'm being treated like a maid by Jennifer." I had my job too, and my body couldn't handle the stress any longer. Despite my concerns, James would just play dumb and brush it off, claiming he didn't know what to do. Eventually, the visits from Mike and Jennifer stopped. Whether they no longer wanted to see me or had other obligations such as work or finances, the reason was unclear, but their absence from our home was certain. Still, it seemed James continued to meet with them. Sometimes I could smell their perfume and cigarette smoke on him when he came home. As an asthmatic, cigarette smoke was particularly harmful to me, so I had asked Mike and Jennifer to refrain from smoking inside the house during their visits. Even with our strained relationship, I found relief in not having to endure their unpleasant behavior. I was determined to ensure they wouldn't interfere with our hot spring trip, and I worked hard to convince James of this. Relieved when he agreed, I looked forward to our trip to Hawaii. I pored over the guidebook daily, bought new clothes, and eagerly anticipated the vacation. However, the intrusion began on the very first day. As we arrived at the airport security check for our Hawaii-bound flight, pulling our suitcases and preparing to pass through the ticket gates, I was stunned to hear familiar voices. I turned around to see Mike and Jennifer standing there. "What? Why are you here?" I asked in disbelief. "Didn't Dad tell you? We decided to come along to Hawaii," Mike replied. I was dumbfounded and glared at James. "Mike and Jennifer have always dreamed of going to Hawaii," he said. "I'll handle them, so please let's go together." I was astounded. Despite all my efforts, including working hard and dieting for this trip, James still prioritized Mike and Jennifer. My plan seemed ruined, and I decided there was no point in going to Hawaii with such unpleasant feelings. As I was about to turn back, Mike and Jennifer stopped me. "For the past 11 years, I've wanted to reconcile with you, Mom, but I couldn't bring myself to be honest about it," Mike said. "I know my behavior wasn't right, and I realize now that I've been awkward and unfair. I want to get along with you, Elizabeth, and I don't want to strain our relationship any further." I was taken aback. It was the first time Mike had shown such humility, and Jennifer seemed eager to avoid appearing as the villain. Reluctantly, I agreed to go to Hawaii with the four of us. On the plane, Mike and Jennifer were in high spirits, ordering and starting to drink alcohol, while James sat happily next to me. Despite their upbeat mood, I felt an odd sense of unease and tried to distract myself by gazing at the scenery outside the window. Upon arriving in Hawaii and renting a car, we started our trip based on the plan James had revised on the plane. However, it wasn't long before Mike and Jennifer began to ignore my presence, speaking only to James. At water-based attractions like Sea Life Park and Waikiki Beach, they would intentionally trip me, making me fall and get soaked. At lunch, they pushed their leftovers onto me, among other forms of harassment. The tension escalated after dinner when Mike and Jennifer came to our hotel room, wanting to drink. When James went downstairs to get some snacks, Mike and Jennifer, who had bought alcohol in Hawaii, sat on my bed without asking. Mike pulled out an ashtray and cigarettes. "Hey, this is a non-smoking room. Stop it, please," I said. "It's fine if we ventilate," Mike replied with an annoyed look, and Jennifer began to light a cigarette as well. Reaching my limit, I shouted, "Enough. Stop smoking in a non-smoking room. You'll get us thrown out if you don't follow the hotel's rules." "What's with you all of a sudden?" Mike retorted. "I told you before that I have asthma and can't handle cigarette smoke." Please follow the hotel's rules, I said, struggling to keep my composure. Your serious motherly attitude has always been so irritating, Jennifer snapped. Smoking in a non-smoking room is the height of rudeness. God, you're so annoying. What's wrong with having fun on a trip? If you hate smoke so much, why don't you sleep in the parking lot or somewhere else? My head went blank from their words. Just then, James returned from his errand. Hey, it's loud even in the hallway. What's with all the shouting? I can't stand being with these two for another second, I said. They're trying to smoke in a non-smoking room, and why did you bring them along despite me saying no? This is unbelievable, I said, my pent-up emotions overflowing with tears. Mike and Jennifer looked down at me, smirking. You're just annoying, acting all high and mighty, Mike said with a smirk. You're no fun, not even drinking a single sip of alcohol. I felt something snap inside me. Fine, I get it. I'd rather sleep outside than stay here. Bye. Hey, Elizabeth, James began, but I quickly gathered my valuables and phone and stormed out of the room. James tried to stop me by grabbing my arm, but I shook him off. Leave me alone. I want to be alone, I said, my voice trembling. I hurried out of the hotel and made my way to the parking lot. There was no sign of James following me. I got into the rental car and drove around Hawaii at night, trying to clear my head. Despite my suspicions, Mike and Jennifer hadn't changed their attitude towards me, and James was no better. Despite my desperate pleas, he had brought Mike and Jennifer along without my consent. It seemed impossible to continue any semblance of a family relationship after this trip, especially with the secret about James and Mike that I had kept hidden. The more I thought about it, the more anger and sadness overwhelmed me, so I kept driving to calm myself down. As I drove through Hawaii's beautiful night scenery, my heated mind gradually cooled. After a while, tiredness set in, so I parked the rental car in a coastal park and decided to rest inside. I thought I heard sirens in the distance, but I was too exhausted to care and quickly fell asleep. When I woke up, dawn had broken, and the sparkling sea greeted me with its beauty. Soothing my spirits, I had breakfast at a seaside diner and then remembered to check my phone. I had turned it off before driving because I didn't want to hear from James or see his texts. Now, calm, I turned on my phone and was shocked by the number of missed calls and texts starting from around 11 o'clock last night. There were at least 30 or 40 of them. Just then, a call from James came in. What the hell are you doing? Do you know how many times we've tried to reach you? I've called and texted you. James's voice was a mix of anger and distress. What do you mean? I just had breakfast at a seaside diner, I replied, confused. While we're in deep trouble, you're casually having breakfast. Mike's voice came through, irritated. What trouble are you talking about? It's exactly as it sounds, James said. After you left, we had a little party with cigarettes, alcohol, and snacks. Before we knew it, we fell asleep, and when we woke up, the room was filled with smoke. A fire? I asked, horrified. Yes, James confirmed. The cause was Mike and Jennifer's cigarettes not being fully extinguished. Thankfully, it was just a small fire, but the fire trucks arrived in droves, and everyone in the hotel had to evacuate. Now we're being blamed for it. Jennifer suffered a minor burn and was taken to the hospital. Mike and I have to go to the police for questioning and apologize to the hotel staff. I see now, the sirens I heard last night must have been for that, I said, stunned by the extent of their carelessness. Then James, in his usual carefree and irresponsible manner, said, So, we're tied up here and can't leave. Can you go to the hospital and stay with Jennifer? The lack of apology and his prioritization of Jennifer over me made it clear that some things would never change. I decided to give James one last chance. James, who is more important to you, me or Mike and Jennifer? What? Why are you asking that now? This isn't the time, James replied, sounding bewildered. Well, I said, by then, I was completely disillusioned with James's attitude. Hey, what do you mean? Don't joke around at a time like this, James said, his frustration evident. Well, Mike is your child with that woman, and it seems I'm no longer in your thoughts, I said, as both James and Mike looked confused by my words. I took a deep breath and decided it was time to reveal the secret I had kept hidden. Mike, you are the child of your father and his mistress, I said firmly. Mike was stunned into silence and James grew visibly agitated as I continued. 24 years ago, James had an affair with a woman who worked with us at the time. By the time I discovered the affair, she was already pregnant. She had the audacity to tell me, "I'll give you the child, so don't demand any compensation." I found her contemptible, but I couldn't bear the thought of abandoning the child. So, I decided to raise the child, yourself, as my own without seeking any compensation. The mistress was fired, and James's affair became known, but taking you in helped soften the blow. Despite not being biologically related, I raised you as my own. However, your rebellious phase began in middle school and only worsened over time, which I initially thought was normal adolescent behavior. As the years went by, your attitude grew increasingly challenging. Realizing you were indeed the child of James and his mistress, I was torn between the affection I had developed for you and the harsh reality. Mike, still in shock, shouted through the phone, "That can't be true. I can't just be some bastard child. I have proof of your father's affair." I said, "I keep it with me because I didn't trust James to keep it safe." "So, you're saying you're not my real mother?" "That's what I've been trying to tell you. I try to be a real mother, but it's clear we don't get along. Maybe it's because you carry that woman's blood." Mike fell silent, grappling with the gravity of the revelation. James's voice rose in frustration. "What are you saying? You promised you wouldn't tell Mike." "I don't care about promises. Be grateful for the 24 years I've put up with this," I retorted before ending the call. I blocked both James and Mike and decided to enjoy the rest of my Hawaii trip on my own, returning to New York before them. Back home, I packed up my belongings, moved back into my parents' house, and prepared divorce papers for James. A colleague later informed me of the aftermath of their hot spring trip. They were severely reprimanded by the police for their negligence, and the hotel demanded a hefty compensation for the disturbance caused by smoking in a non-smoking room. With my parents' help, they managed to navigate the legal and financial fallout. My divorce from James was finalized smoothly and soon became the topic of office gossip. James's work performance declined, leading to his quiet resignation. He struggled to find new employment, eventually borrowing money from various acquaintances and declaring bankruptcy. Mike's financial and mental stability also deteriorated, leading to constant arguments with Jennifer. As for me, I found solace in the hot springs during my solo trip and now visit several times a year with my parents and friends. My work has flourished and I've been promoted to head of the accounting department.
I stared at the elegant calligraphy that reduced my entire existence to 3 words: wife of son, no birth date, no maiden name, not even my first name, Emery, which I'd always thought was distinctive enough to remember. Just wife of son, floating beneath my husband's branch of the Fox family tree like forgotten punctuation. "Isn't it magnificent?" Monica's voice dripped with the same artificial sweetness she'd perfected over the 12 years I'd known her. The genealogist traced our lineage back 6 generations. Pure bloodlines, you know. I forced myself to smile, gripping my mimosa glass so tightly I worried it might shatter. The pre-anniversary brunch crowd buzzed around us in Monica's marble-floored conservatory, cooing over the massive family tree display that would be the centerpiece of next week's golden anniversary celebration. "It's something," I managed, though I noticed my family's history isn't included. Monica's perfectly lined lips twitched. "Well, dear, we tried. But your background is so unverifiable. Better to focus on what we know for certain, don't you think?" Unverifiable. Right. Because apparently my father's 30 years as a high school history teacher and my mother's immigrant parents didn't qualify as notable enough for the precious Fox family records. "Mom, it looks amazing." Dante appeared beside me, placing his hand on my lower back. Too little, too late. Though maybe we could add Emery's full name at least. "Oh, darling." Monica patted his cheek. "The calligrapher has already finished. We wouldn't want to disturb the aesthetic. Besides, this is about celebrating your father's and my journey. Speaking of which," she turned to address the room, "everyone, please gather round." I watched my husband's spine straighten automatically at his mother's command, his hand dropping from my back. Some habits die hard, especially when they're drilled into you from birth. "As you know," Monica projected her voice across the conservatory, Next weekend marks 50 years since Lyle and I began our legacy, and what a legacy it is. She gestured to the family tree. From the noble achievements of Isaiah Barnes in the Civil War era to the present day, the Fox name has stood for excellence, integrity, and impeccable breeding. My 8-year-old daughter, Alice, tugged at my sleeve. "Mommy, why isn't your name on the tree?" "Because Grandma's a—" I caught myself. "Because sometimes grown-ups make silly mistakes, sweetheart." "Dante," Monica called out, "tell everyone about the special toast you'll be giving at the ceremony." I turned to my husband. "Toast?" He shifted uncomfortably. "I was going to tell you. Mom asked me to speak about family traditions. And values," Monica added. "The importance of maintaining certain standards." The mimosa turned bitter in my mouth. I'd spent 12 years swallowing these little daggers, telling myself they didn't matter. 12 years of watching my daughter slowly being molded into their image of propriety and privilege. "Excuse me," I muttered, heading for the powder room. Inside, I gripped the marble counter and met my own eyes in the gilt-edged mirror. A knock startled me. "Em? You okay?" It was Elise, my best friend, and the only reason I hadn't lost my mind at these family gatherings. I opened the door, pulling her inside. "Did you see it? The family tree?" "Yeah," she grimaced. "Real subtle, that mother-in-law of yours. Though as a genealogist, I have to say—" "Wait," I grabbed her arm. "You're a genealogist." "Last time I checked." "Why?" A plan started forming in my mind. How hard would it be to research someone's actual family history? I mean, beyond the sanitized version they want everyone to see? Elise's eyes widened. What are you thinking? Monica wants to celebrate bloodlines? Fine. Let's give her exactly what she wants. I pulled out my phone. I have some names and dates, starting with the great Isaiah Barnes himself. "This is going to end badly," Elise warned, but she was already reaching for her own phone. "When do we start?" "Now." I straightened my shoulders, hearing Monica's laughter float through the door. "They want to erase me? Fine. But first, I'm going to show them exactly what it means to air out a family's dirty laundry." Back in the conservatory, Monica was still holding court, champagne glass raised. "To family," she declared. I lifted my own glass, meeting her eyes across the room. "To truth," I whispered, and for the first time in 12 years, I meant every word I said to that woman. "Holy shit," Elise whispered, her face illuminated by her laptop screen. "Em, you need to see this." We were huddled in her home office 3 days after the brunch, surrounded by stacks of printed documents and empty coffee cups. The rain outside matched my mood, dark and ready to break. "What did you find?" I leaned over her shoulder, squinting at the archived newspaper article from 1872. "Your beloved Isaiah Barnes? The great patriarch Monica won't shut up about?" Elise pointed to the headline. "He wasn't Isaiah Barnes at all. His real name was Isaac Blackwood, and he was wanted in 3 states for fraud." My heart started racing. What kind of fraud? The worst kind. He posed as a doctor, sold fake medicines to desperate people. Some died. Elise scrolled through the article. Then he vanished overnight, leaving behind a wife and 2 kids. Popped up 6 months later in another state as Isaiah Barnes, married another woman, and started the noble Fox lineage Monica's so proud of. I sank into the chair beside her. A bigamist con man who killed people with fake medicine. That's their precious patriarch. Gets better. Elise pulled up another document. The only reason he avoided prison was that he bribed local officials, used the money he stole from his victims to buy himself a clean slate and a fancy new identity. My phone buzzed. Dante calling again. I ignored it, just like I'd been ignoring his texts, asking where I was spending all my time lately. "Monica paid thousands to have this family tree researched," I said. "There's no way they didn't find this stuff." "Oh, they found it." Elise opened her email. "My contact at the genealogy firm confirmed it. Monica specifically requested they exclude any unpleasant discoveries from the final report. Paid extra for the sanitized version. I laughed, but there was no humor in it. So my actual documented family history is unverifiable, but they actively buried their own criminal ancestry? Pretty much. Elise turned to face me. What exactly are you planning to do with all this? Before I could answer, my phone buzzed again. This time it was Alice's bedtime FaceTime call. I answered, trying to sound normal. Hi, baby. Ready for bed? Mommy, when are you coming home? Daddy made pasta, but it wasn't as good as yours. My throat tightened. Soon, sweetheart. Mommy's just working on a special project. Is it for Grandma's party? She came over today and said we're all going to dress up like princesses. I met Elise's concerned gaze. Something like that. Sweet dreams, baby. I love you. After hanging up, I stared at the scattered papers around us. My father's voice echoed in my memory. Truth matters, Emmy, even when it's uncomfortable, especially then. We need to dig deeper, I told Elise. Court records, property deeds, everything. If Monica wants to talk about legacy, let's show everyone exactly what that legacy is built on. Elise hesitated. I'm all for exposing lies, but this could blow up your whole life. Your marriage, Alice's relationship with her grandparents. You mean the grandparents who are teaching her that appearance matters more than honesty? That it's okay to erase people who don't fit your narrative? I grabbed another file. Besides, my marriage? I laughed bitterly. Dante's spent 12 years watching his mother slowly delete me from family history. He can spend the next 12 dealing with actual history. Elise sighed but turned back to her computer. There's a courthouse archive in Springfield that might have the original trial records. We could drive up tomorrow. Perfect. I pulled up the anniversary party schedule on my phone. Monica's giving her big speech about family heritage at 8. That gives me exactly 15 minutes after to present my own version of the Fox family story. You're going to do this at the actual anniversary party? In front of everyone? Where else? Monica invited half the city's elite. If she wants an audience for her lies, she can have an audience for the truth too. My phone buzzed again. A text from Monica this time. Darling, don't forget your fitting tomorrow. The photographer wants all family members in coordinating colors. Though perhaps cream isn't your best shade? I showed Elise the message. See? Death by 1,000 cuts. Well, I've got something better than color coordination. What's that? I held up the newspaper article about Isaiah's victims. I've got receipts. As if on cue, thunder cracked outside. Elise jumped, then laughed nervously. Okay, that was creepy. Like the ghost of Isaiah Barnes himself is watching. Good. I started organizing the documents into folders. Let him watch. Let them all watch. In 1 week, the Fox family's perfect image is going to shatter like the fake glass house it is. And then what? I thought about Alice, about my father's integrity, about 12 years of subtle humiliation. Then we see what grows in the ruins. Your mother was a freedom rider? Elise gaped at the black and white photograph I'd spread across her dining room table. How did I not know this? Because unlike some people, my family doesn't broadcast their history like it's a marketing campaign. I traced my finger over my mother's young face in the Civil Rights March photo. She never wanted recognition. She just did what was right. We'd spent the past 5 days building 2 family trees. One was mine, real, raw, and human. The other was the true Fox family history, complete with court documents proving Isaiah's crimes. My phone chimed with Monica's latest text. Final guest list confirmed. Senator Williams and his wife, the Richardsons from the Arts Foundation, and Judge Patterson's entire family. Do try to be punctual, dear. Senator Williams? Elise whistled. That's some high-profile audience you'll be dropping this bomb on. Before I could respond, the front door opened. Dante's voice called out, Em? Your car's outside. I quickly gathered the documents while Elise intercepted him in the hallway. "Hey, stranger, just helping Em with some research." "Research?" Dante appeared in the doorway, looking tired. "Is that what's keeping you out until midnight every day? Alice keeps asking for you." The guilt hit hard, but I steeled myself. "I'm preparing something special for your parents' anniversary." "Mom said you haven't confirmed your toast yet. She's getting anxious." "Oh, I'll give a toast, all right." I met his eyes. "One they'll never forget." He ran his hand through his hair, a nervous habit I once found endearing. "Em, please, whatever you're planning, can't you just play nice for one night?" "Play nice?" I slammed my folder shut. "Like your mother played nice when she excluded my entire existence from your family history? Like she plays nice every time she undermines my parenting or makes snide comments about my background? She's trying her best." "No, she's not," my voice cracked. "And you know what's worse? You've never once truly stood up to her. Not once in 12 years. Dante stepped back like I'd slapped him. "That's not fair. I always support you." "Really?" I pulled out my phone and showed him Monica's text about the cream-colored dress. "Did you support me last week when she made that crack about my complexion not suiting the family photos? Oh, wait, you were too busy laughing with your sister about it." "It was just a joke." "Everything's just a joke to you, Dante. Everything's just mom being mom." "Well, guess what? I'm done laughing." Elise cleared her throat. "I'll give you 2 a minute." "No need." I gathered my things. "I'm leaving anyway. Got more research to do." Wait." Dante caught my arm. "What's this really about? Talk to me." I looked at his hand on my arm, then at his face. The face I fell in love with before I understood what loving him would cost. "You want to know what this is about? Come to the anniversary party. Pay attention during my toast. You'll learn exactly what your family's about." I pulled away and headed for the door, but his next words stopped me. "Mom's right, isn't she? You're trying to cause trouble." I turned slowly. "No, Dante. I'm trying to tell the truth. Something your mother wouldn't recognize if it wore one of her precious cream-colored dresses." Back in my car, I called Alice's babysitter and asked for a video chat with my daughter. "Mommy!" Alice's face filled the screen. "I learned all about great-great-grandpa Isaiah today. Grandma showed me pictures of his big house and said he was a hero." My hands tightened on the steering wheel. "Did she now?" "Well, baby, sometimes people aren't exactly what they seem. Sometimes the real heroes are the ones nobody talks about." "Like who?" I thought about my mother marching for justice, my immigrant grandparents working double shifts to fund my father's teaching degree. "Like your other great-grandparents. Would you like to hear about them?" "Yes, tell me everything." So I did. I told her about her great-grandmother who fought for equality, her great-grandfather who taught history to underprivileged kids for 4 decades. I told her about courage that didn't need marble mansions or fancy parties to prove its worth. When I finished, Alice was quiet for a moment. Then she asked, "Mommy, why isn't that on the big family tree?" "Because some people are afraid of real stories, sweetheart. They prefer pretty lies." "That's silly," she declared with 8-year-old certainty. "Yes," I agreed, thinking of the documents in my folder, of Monica's carefully curated guest list, of all the truth about to burst into the open. "Yes, it is silly, but don't worry, Mommy's about to fix that." The anniversary weekend arrived with all the subtlety of a Broadway production. Monica had transformed the country club ballroom into what she called a heritage celebration, complete with enlarged historical photos and that damned family tree centerpiece. "Welcome, welcome," Monica air-kissed guests as they arrived, her cream-colored gown practically glowing under the chandeliers. "Senator, so delighted you could join us. Judge Patterson, you remember my son Dante and his wife." I forced a smile, the USB drive in my clutch feeling like a loaded gun. Elise had helped me prepare a presentation that would follow Monica's own family tribute. All I had to do was swap the drives during dinner. "Mommy, my shoes hurt," Alice whispered, tugging at my hand. "I know, baby. Just a little longer." I'd fought with Monica about Alice's uncomfortable formal shoes, but lost, as usual. "There's my girl," Monica swooped in, pulling Alice away. "Come, darling, let's show everyone how beautifully you can recite the family motto." I started to object, but Dante touched my elbow. "Let it go, Em. It's her big night." "Everything's her big night," I muttered, but fell silent as Monica clinked her glass for attention. "Beloved friends and family," she began. "Tonight we celebrate not just 50 years of marriage, but 5 generations of excellence. Our story begins with the remarkable Isaiah Barnes." I watched the crowd lean in, entranced by Monica's practiced charm. Even the senator nodded appreciatively as she described Isaiah's entrepreneurial spirit and medical innovations. "If only they knew he was innovating ways to poison people," Elise whispered beside me. "They will," I whispered back. "Soon," Monica's voice swelled with pride. "Isaiah Barnes built a legacy of integrity that flows through our veins. His principles guide us, his courage inspires us." I couldn't help it. I laughed. Just a small sound, but in the perfectly orchestrated quiet it carried. Monica's eyes found mine, sharp as daggers. "Something amusing, dear?" No, I said. "Please, continue telling us about integrity." A muscle twitched in her jaw, but she recovered smoothly. "As I was saying, family is everything. Speaking of which, Dante has prepared a special toast about our traditions." My husband stood, straightening his tie. "Thank you, Mother. You know, growing up in this family taught me the importance of—" I tuned him out, scanning the room instead. The senator checking his watch, the judge's wife adjusting her pearls. All these powerful people gathered to celebrate a lie. "And now," Monica announced after Dante finished, "a tribute video I've prepared highlighting our journey through the years." This was my cue. "I'll help with the technical setup," I offered sweetly. Monica hesitated, then nodded. "How thoughtful." At the AV station, I quickly swapped the drives while pretending to adjust cables. My hands shook slightly, but the switch was clean. "Ladies and gentlemen," Monica raised her glass as the lights dimmed. "To family, to legacy, to truth." "To truth?" I echoed, sitting back down. The presentation began normally enough. Old photos, dates, achievements. Then, exactly 8 minutes in, everything changed. The screen flickered. Suddenly, instead of Monica's carefully selected images, there was a newspaper headline, "Wanted, Isaac Blackwood for criminal fraud." Monica's champagne glass crashed to the floor. What is this?" More headlines appeared. Court documents, police reports, the dual marriage certificates proving Isaiah's bigamy. "Turn it off," Monica commanded, but I had already locked the system. The room fell silent as victim testimonies scrolled past. Women and children dead from Isaiah's fake medicines. Families bankrupted by his schemes. "This is outrageous," Monica's voice shook. This is slander." "Actually," I stood up, my voice carrying clearly, "it's all public record. Your precious Isaiah Barnes was a con man who killed innocent people, and you knew. You paid to hide it." Gasps rippled through the crowd. The senator was already heading for the door. "How dare you?" Monica advanced on me, face contorted. "You ungrateful, spiteful—" "Grateful for what?" I cut her off. "For erasing me? For teaching my daughter that appearance matters more than truth? For making your son too weak to stand up to you?" "Emery," Dante started, but I held up my hand. "No, you don't get to speak right now. None of you do. For 12 years, I've listened to you glorify this false legacy. Now you're going to listen to the truth." The presentation continued, detailing every crime, every victim, every covered-up scandal. When it finally ended, the silence was deafening. Monica turned to the remaining guests, trying to salvage the situation. This is simply a misunderstanding. The only misunderstanding, I said clearly, was me thinking I had to earn my place in this family. But now I see the Fox legacy isn't about honor at all. It's about lies. I grabbed Alice's hand. Come on, baby. We're going home. This isn't over, Monica hissed as I passed. I looked her straight in the eye. You're right. It's just beginning. Dante showed up at midnight, still in his tuxedo, looking like he'd aged 10 years in 3 hours. You couldn't wait? He demanded, bursting into our living room where I sat rehearsing my final toast for tomorrow's main ceremony. You had to humiliate my entire family at the pre-party? Funny how you're worried about their humiliation, not their lies. I kept my voice low. Alice was asleep upstairs. I tried to help you. He paced frantically. I asked Mom to add your family to the tree. I begged her. I froze. What? Last month. I told her it was important to me, to us. She said no, and You told me you never brought it up. My voice was ice. You looked me in the eye and said you didn't want to start drama. He stopped pacing. I was trying to protect you. From what? The truth? Because that's all I did tonight, tell the truth. The truth? He laughed bitterly. The truth is you just destroyed decades of my family's reputation. The senator left, the judge, half the board members of my firm were there. Good. I stood up, my prepared notes crumpling in my fist. Let them see exactly what they've been celebrating. Please. His voice softened. It's not too late. Cancel your toast tomorrow. Say you were emotional, that you made a mistake. Mom will forgive you. Forgive me? I stepped closer. Your mother has spent 12 years trying to erase me, and you lied to protect her, to protect yourself. I was caught in the middle. No, you chose a side. Every time she belittled me, every time she excluded me, you chose her side. A small voice from the stairs made us both turn. Daddy, why are you yelling at Mommy? Alice stood there in her unicorn pajamas, clutching her stuffed rabbit. The sight of her broke something in my chest. Nobody's yelling, sweetheart, I said quickly. Daddy and I are just talking. About the party? Grandma called. She was crying. Dante shot me an accusatory look. See what you've done? What I've done? I kept my voice steady. Alice, honey, come here. Remember what we talked about? About how some stories are true and some aren't? She nodded, climbing onto my lap. Like Grandma's stories about great-grandpa Isaiah? Exactly. Sometimes grown-ups need to tell the true stories, even when it makes other grown-ups upset. Don't. Dante's voice was sharp. Don't use our daughter to justify this vendetta. Vendetta? I laughed. You think this is about revenge? This is about making sure our daughter grows up knowing that truth matters more than appearances, that she's worth more than wife of son on some sanitized family tree. Alice looked up at me. Mommy, are you and Daddy getting divorced like Katie's parents? The question hit like a physical blow. Dante sank onto the couch, head in his hands. No, baby, I stroked her hair. We're just figuring some things out. How about you go back to bed? I'll come tuck you in again. After she trudged upstairs, Dante spoke quietly. What do you want from me, Em? I wanted you to choose us. Just once, I wanted you to choose your wife and daughter over your mother's precious image. And tomorrow? What happens at the main ceremony? I picked up my notes. Tomorrow, I finish what I started. The whole story comes out, including the proof that your mother actively covered it up. You'll destroy her. No. I shook my head. She destroyed herself when she decided lies were more important than people. Just like you destroyed us when you decided keeping peace was more important than keeping faith with your wife. He stood slowly. I need some space. To think. Take all the space you need. I'm done shrinking myself to make room for your family's delusions. At the door, he paused. What happened to us, Em? We used to be happy. We used to be a lot of things. Real wasn't one of them. After he left, I went upstairs to check on Alice. She was awake, holding her rabbit. Mommy, is it bad that I still love Grandma even though she told lies? I sat on her bed, fighting back tears. No, baby. Love isn't bad, but neither is telling the truth, even when it hurts, especially then. I kissed her forehead. Sometimes the truth has to hurt before it can heal. She nodded solemnly. Like when you clean a cut. Exactly like that. I tucked her in tighter. Now sleep. Tomorrow is going to be a big day. Will you tell more true stories? I thought about my final toast, about the documents still to be revealed, about Monica's carefully curated guest list about to witness the complete dismantling of her precious legacy. Yes, I whispered, tomorrow everyone gets to hear the truth. The main ceremony was even grander than the pre-party. Crystal chandeliers, string quartet, ice sculptures. Monica had spared no expense in crafting her perfect moment. After last night's disaster, she doubled down on security, including someone monitoring the AV system. But she'd forgotten about Elise. All set, my friend whispered, slipping into the seat beside me. I convinced the tech guy I was from the video company. Your presentation is queued up right after Monica's speech. I squeezed her hand. Thank you for everything. Don't thank me yet. Look who just walked in. Dante entered with Alice, both dressed impeccably. He'd moved to his parents' guest house last night, taking our daughter with him, until things calmed down. Ladies and gentlemen, Monica's voice rang out, somehow steady despite everything. Despite some unfortunate disruptions yesterday, we're here to celebrate love, legacy, and family. The remaining guests, about half of yesterday's crowd, applauded politely. Monica had spent all morning doing damage control, calling it a technical mishap and a vindictive prank. Before we begin, I'd like to share the true story of our family's foundation. I almost admired her nerve. Almost. The lights dimmed. Her carefully edited video began playing. Isaiah Barnes in his military uniform, the mansion he built, his medical innovations. A man of vision, Monica narrated. A healer, a pioneer, a patriarch whose blood runs in our veins. I stood up quietly, making my way to the podium. Monica saw me coming and faltered slightly. Whose principles guide each generation? Like the principle of honesty? I interrupted, my voice carrying clearly across the ballroom. Or the principle of taking responsibility for your crimes? Security, Monica hissed, but I was already at the controls. No need, I said calmly. I'm just here to help tell the whole story. Isn't that what tonight's about? The complete family history? The screen flickered. Elise's cue. Suddenly, Monica's sanitized video was replaced by newspaper headlines, but not just about Isaiah this time. What's this? Monica demanded. This, I addressed the room, is the document showing you paid the genealogy firm $50,000 to suppress criminal records. This is the letter from Isaiah's first wife begging for help after he abandoned her. And this, I clicked forward, is the death certificate of Sarah Miller, age 6, poisoned by Isaiah's fake medicine. The room erupted in whispers. Monica lunged for the podium, but I held my ground. You think yesterday was bad? That was just the preview. Today we're going to talk about how the Fox fortune was built on blood money, how every generation since has actively worked to bury the truth. Stop this immediately. Monica's face was scarlet. Why? Isn't family history important? Isn't that what you've been preaching my entire marriage? Emery. Dante's voice cut through the chaos. He stood up, holding Alice's hand. That's enough. No, it's not enough. I clicked to the next slide, proof of Monica's cover-up payments. Your mother wants to talk about legacy? Let's talk about the legacy of lies she's forcing onto our daughter. Alice's small voice piped up, "Daddy, is that why Grandma's crying?" The room fell silent. Monica stood frozen, tears streaming down her perfectly made-up face. "You want to know what real legacy is?" I continued, softer now. "It's not mansions built with blood money. It's not family trees that erase the inconvenient branches. It's truth. It's integrity. It's admitting when you're wrong." I clicked one final time, showing my own family tree. Modest, honest, real. These are Alice's other ancestors. Teachers, immigrants, civil rights activists. People who built things instead of destroying them. People who told the truth instead of burying it. "Get out," Monica's voice shook. "Get out of my party, get out of my family." "Gladly." I stepped away from the podium. "But first, let me leave you with one last truth. You didn't just lie about Isaiah. You lied about everything. Your perfect family, your superior bloodline. It's all built on fraud, just like your precious patriarch." I turned to the stunned guests. "The documents proving everything I've said are being emailed to you now, courtesy of my friend the genealogist. Consider it our anniversary gift, the gift of truth." "Mom?" Dante's voice cracked. Is all of this real?" Monica couldn't speak. Her perfect world was crumbling, and no amount of money could stop it. I walked to Alice, kneeling before her. "Ready to go home, baby?" She looked between me and her grandmother, understanding more than a child should have to. "Can we get ice cream?" "Yes," I smiled, taking her hand. "We can get ice cream, and I'll tell you a story. A true one this time." As we left, Monica's sobs echoed through the ballroom. But for the first time in 12 years, I didn't feel small anymore. I felt free. The fallout was immediate and spectacular. By midnight, my phone was exploding with notifications. Local news wanted statements. Former Fox family associates were distancing themselves publicly. Monica's carefully curated social media accounts went dark. "You've got to see this," Elise said, bursting into my kitchen the next morning. "The Historical Society is rescinding their Lifetime Achievement Award to Monica, and 3 board members resigned from the family foundation." I poured her coffee, trying to ignore the empty chair where Dante usually sat. Alice was still at the guest house with him, and the silence felt like a physical presence. "Mom?" Speaking of silence breakers, my daughter's voice carried from the doorway. I turned to find her with Dante, both looking exhausted. "Hi, baby." I opened my arms and she ran into them. "I missed you." "Grandma's really sick," Alice announced. "She won't come out of her room." "She's not sick," Dante said quietly. "She's hiding. The press is camped outside their house." "Good morning to you too," Elise muttered, gathering her things. "I'll call you later, Em." After she left, Dante sat heavily at the kitchen table. "The firm's partners want to meet with me. Something about reputational concerns." "Are you about to blame me for that too?" "No." He rubbed his face. "I'm not here to blame you. I'm here because our daughter needs both her parents and because—" He hesitated. "Because you were right." I sat down, pulling Alice onto my lap. "About what?" "Everything. Mom's manipulation, Dad's weakness, my cowardice." He met my eyes. "I've spent my whole life trying to keep the peace instead of standing up for what's right." "Daddy, are you crying?" Alice reached for him. "No, sweetheart." He caught her hand. "I'm just realizing some important things. Like how sometimes the strongest thing you can do is tell the truth, even when it hurts people you love." The doorbell rang, interrupting the moment. Through the window, I saw Monica on our porch, looking nothing like her usual polished self. "Take Alice upstairs," I told Dante. Please, she doesn't need to see this." Once they were gone, I opened the door. Monica burst in without waiting for an invitation. "Are you happy now?" Her voice was raw. "The foundation is collapsing. The senator won't return our calls. Your father's firm is questioning Dante's position. You've destroyed everything." "No, Monica. You destroyed everything the moment you chose lies over truth." "Truth?" She laughed hysterically. "Truth doesn't build legacies. Truth doesn't maintain social position. Truth doesn't... Doesn't what? Let you pretend you're better than everyone else? Let you erase people who don't fit your perfect narrative? I built this family." "No," I stepped closer. "You built a facade, and now everyone knows what's behind it." "Mom," Dante's voice came from the stairs. "That's enough." "Darling, please." Monica reached for him. "We can fix this. Issue a statement. Say your wife was confused, emotional." "Stop." His voice was firm. "Just stop. For once in your life, stop trying to control everything. I did it for you, for our name." "No." He shook his head. "You did it for yourself, and I let you. We all let you." Monica sank onto our couch, her carefully constructed world crumbling around her. "What am I supposed to do now?" "Tell the truth," I suggested. "All of it, before someone else does. The truth will ruin us." "The truth already has," Dante said quietly. "But maybe that's not a bad thing. Maybe we needed ruining." A small face peeked around the stairway. "Grandma?" Monica stiffened. "Alice, darling, is it true that great-grandpa Isaiah was a bad man?" The question hung in the air like shattered glass. Monica opened her mouth, probably to spin another lie, but Dante cut her off. "Yes, sweetheart, he did bad things, but that doesn't mean we have to keep doing bad things too." Monica stood abruptly. I can't do this." She headed for the door, then turned back. "When you've calmed down, when you're ready to be reasonable." "Reasonable?" I laughed. "Like you were reasonable when you erased me from the family tree? When you paid people to hide your criminal ancestry while mocking my unverifiable background? I did what I had to do." "No," Dante said firmly. "You did what was easy. Now we're all doing what's right." After she left, Alice tugged my hand. "Mommy, can we make a new family tree? A true one?" I looked at Dante, who nodded slowly. "Yes, baby." I pulled her close. "We can make a new one, with all our stories, the good ones and the hard ones, because that's what real families do." "And Grandma?" Dante knelt beside us. "Grandma needs to learn that too. It might take her a while." "Or forever," I added softly. "Or forever," he agreed. "But we'll be okay either way." The thing about truth, I told the room full of journalism students, is that it doesn't stay buried. Someone will always dig it up. I clicked to the next slide, the now infamous Fox family tree with all its criminal branches exposed. The story had taken on a life of its own, becoming a case study in how wealthy families manipulated their histories. "Any questions?" I asked as I wrapped up my guest lecture. A hand shot up. "Did your mother-in-law ever apologize?" "No," I smiled. "But she did something better. She disappeared to Europe and stopped trying to control our lives." After the lecture, I found Dante waiting outside the hall. "How'd it go?" "Good, though I'm still not used to being the one telling other people's stories instead of having mine erased." He winced. "I deserve that." "You deserve a lot of things." I fell into step beside him. "But you're trying. That counts for something." We walked across campus in comfortable silence. Things weren't perfect between us, probably never would be, but they were real. That was enough. "Alice wants to show you something," he said as we reached the car. "She's been working on it all week." At home, our daughter sat surrounded by papers and photos, her tongue stuck out in concentration. "Mommy, come see." I knelt beside her. She'd created her own version of a family tree, but not like Monica's pristine calligraphy. This was messy, colorful, and gloriously honest. "Look," she pointed. "Here's great-grandpa Isaiah, but I put what he really did. And here's great-grandma Rosa from your side, with her protest signs. And here's Grandma Monica in Europe with her new boyfriend." I choked on my coffee. "What?" Dante handed me his phone, showing a social media post. Monica in Paris, looking younger somehow, with a distinguished-looking French professor. "Dad's handling it better than expected," Dante said. "Actually started therapy. Says he should have done it decades ago." "And Sonia?" "Still not speaking to us, but she did remove Proud Fox family descendant from her bio, so progress." Alice tugged my sleeve. "Look, Mommy, I put you right in the middle. Not just wife of son. I wrote everything. How you're brave and tell the truth and make the best pancakes." Tears pricked my eyes. "It's perfect, baby. Can we hang it up instead of the old one?" "Absolutely." Speaking of hanging things up, Dante cleared his throat. "The Historical Society called. They want to do an exhibit on family history manipulation featuring the Fox case study. They asked if you'd consult." I raised an eyebrow. "Seriously?" Apparently, after our story broke, dozens of other families came forward with similar experiences. Hidden crimes, erased spouses, buried pasts. "You started something, Em." "We started something," I corrected, "by ending something else." The doorbell rang. Alice ran to answer it, then called out, "Mommy, it's Aunt Elise." My friend burst in, waving a folder. "You're not going to believe this. Remember how we thought Isaiah only had 2 families? Try 4. I found 2 more marriage certificates in different states." "Still digging?" Dante asked, amused. "Always." Elise grinned. "Truth is like an onion. There's always another layer." Alice tugged at her aunt's sleeve. "Want to help me add more stuff to my tree? I left space for all the secrets." "Secrets aren't always bad," I said, watching them settle down with markers and glue. "Sometimes they're just stories waiting to be told." Dante slipped his arm around my waist. "Remember when you said karma grows wild?" "Yeah?" "Look at all this." He gestured to Alice's honest tree, to Elise sharing more discoveries, to the pile of letters from other families thanking me for inspiring their own truth-telling. This is what grew from the ruins. Not perfect, but real. My phone buzzed. Another interview request, this time from a documentary filmmaker. I showed it to Dante. "You should do it," he said. "Tell the whole story." "Our daughter already is." I nodded toward Alice, who was now explaining to Elise why she drew Monica's new boyfriend with a beret. "Think Mom will ever come back?" "Maybe, but not until she's ready to be real too." Alice called us over. "Look, I added Daddy's new job teaching architecture instead of working at the mean law firm, and Mommy's lectures about truth. And look, I drew our house bigger than Grandma's old mansion." "Why's that?" Elise asked. "Because our house has real stuff in it, not fake stuff that breaks when you tell the truth." I met Dante's eyes over our daughter's head. He smiled, a real smile, not the practiced Fox family version. "Out of the mouths of babes," Elise murmured. "Speaking of truth," I picked up a marker. "Want to help me add the latest Isaiah discovery to the tree?" "Always," Alice said firmly. "We have to put all the truth on there, even the hard parts." "Especially the hard parts," I agreed, "because that's what makes it ours."
The group text came through while I was in the middle of showing a property to potential buyers. My phone kept buzzing, each notification making my stomach sink deeper. I excused myself, stepped into the hallway, and there it was. Laura's message to the entire family. Since Monica clearly values money over family, I guess we should all know what kind of person she really is. 3 years of supporting River and me through hard times, and now she wants to act like we're taking advantage? Maybe if she wasn't so busy buying up half the city, she'd remember what family means. My name is Monica, and I'm the horrible sister who finally said no to funding my brother's luxury cruise. I'm so sorry, I told my clients, maintaining my professional smile. Family emergency. Shall we continue the tour? The irony wasn't lost on me. Here I was, showing one of my investment properties while my younger brother and his wife lived rent-free in another. 3 years of temporary help had somehow morphed into permanent entitlement. My phone buzzed again. This time it was River. Real nice, sis. Laura's crying. Hope you're happy. I switched my phone to silent and finished the showing. By the time I got to my car, there were 16 messages in the family group chat. Most of them were from Laura, painting me as some sort of heartless real estate tycoon who'd rather see them homeless than spare a few $1,000s for their anniversary cruise. The cruise. That's what finally broke me. Laura had cornered me at Sunday dinner last week, wedding photos pulled up on her phone. Look how young we were, she'd said, sliding closer on Mom's floral couch. Can you believe it's been 5 years? We were thinking of doing something special. I knew where this was going. I'd heard this tone before, when they needed help with car payments, when their AC broke, when River lost his job at the startup. 7-day Caribbean cruise, she'd continued, showing me the booking page. River's too proud to ask, but I thought maybe his successful big sister. No, I'd said, surprising even myself with how firm it came out. Laura's face had shifted instantly. Excuse me? I said, no, Laura, I can't keep doing this. Can't, or won't. She'd stood up, voice rising. You own 6 properties, Monica. 6, and you can't help your own brother celebrate his anniversary? That's when River had walked in. What's going on? Your sister, Laura had spat, thinks we're not worth helping anymore. Now, sitting in my car, I watched the family chat explode. Mom sent crying emojis. Dad asked everyone to calm down. Cousin Paige, who'd never liked me much anyway, suggested I was showing my true colors. My phone rang. It was River. Hey, sis, he said, using that tone he'd perfected since we were kids, the one that made me feel like I was somehow always wrong. Look, I know Laura can be intense, but she's just hurt. We thought you'd be happy to help us celebrate. River, I said, keeping my voice steady. You haven't paid rent in 3 years. You haven't even tried to find a better job. I've covered your car insurance, your medical bills. Because that's what family does, he cut in. You think I like asking my big sister for help? You think it doesn't kill my pride every time? But you're the one with all the success, Monica. The least you could do is share it. I closed my eyes, remembering the property I'd just shown, how hard I'd worked for it, the risks I'd taken, the sleepless nights wondering if I'd made the right investments. The least I could do, I repeated slowly, was give you a place to live when you needed it. And I did. But I'm done being your ATM. Wow, River laughed, but there was no humor in it. Just wow. You know what? Laura's right about you. You've changed. Yes, I said, surprising myself again. I have. I hung up as another group text came through. This one was from Laura, CCing every relative we had. Since Monica's so concerned about money, maybe everyone should know how she really made her fortune. Anyone want to hear about the deals she made during COVID? Or should I start with the tenants she kicked out? My hands shook as I read it. Every word was a lie, but Laura knew exactly what she was doing. She was making sure that saying no would cost me dearly. I took a deep breath and dialed a number. Eduardo? It's Monica. Remember when you said I should consider legal action? I'm ready to talk about that eviction notice now. I tried calling Mom 3 times before she finally picked up. Her voice was thick with tears. How could you do this to your brother? She asked before I could even say hello. Mom, please listen. He's family, Monica, your only brother. What happens when he and Laura end up homeless? I pinched the bridge of my nose. They won't be homeless. They both have jobs. They can afford an apartment like everyone else. But they won't have you, she sniffled. They won't have family. After hanging up, I drove to the house they'd been living in. My house. The one I'd bought as an investment property before River lost his tech job, and Laura convinced me they just needed a few months to get back on their feet. I pulled into the driveway and froze. There was a brand new Tesla parked in my garage. What the hell? I muttered, getting out of my car. The garage door was open, and inside, where I used to store maintenance supplies, sat thousands of dollars worth of camping gear, high-end stuff, still with tags. A neighbor was watering her plants next door. "Oh, Monica," she called out. "I've been meaning to thank you for letting those nice Airbnb people use your garage last month. They were so quiet." My stomach dropped. Airbnb people? Yes, the ones your brother and his wife host. Such a clever idea, renting out the garage space for travelers. I smiled tightly and went to knock on the front door. No answer, but through the window, I could see a massive new flat-screen TV mounted on the wall. Below it sat a gleaming PlayStation 5 and what looked like a premium sound system. My phone buzzed. Eduardo. "I've started gathering the documentation," he said when I answered. "But Monica, we need to talk about something. Those social media posts Laura's making? They're not just venting, they're calculated defamation." "I'm standing outside the house right now," I said. "Did you know they've been running an illegal Airbnb out of my garage?" "What?" Eduardo's lawyer voice shifted to his friend voice. "Are you serious?" "Brand new Tesla in the driveway, too. Funny how they can afford that but not rent." "Take pictures," he said immediately, "of everything. And Monica, check your email. I found something you need to see." I opened my inbox while walking back to my car. Eduardo had forwarded me an email chain. One Laura had accidentally included him on months ago when she was mass forwarding something about a neighborhood yard sale. But buried in that chain was a conversation between her and River from 2 years ago. "It's working perfectly," Laura had written. "Every time Monica tries to bring up rent, I just mention how hard things are and how much the family needs to stick together. She caves instantly. Keep playing the struggling brother card. We can probably stay here for free indefinitely. She's too worried about looking like the bad guy to ever kick us out." My hands were shaking again, but not from anxiety this time. From rage. I called Eduardo back. "I want them out." "I know," he said gently, "but we need to do this right. They're going to play dirty, Monica. They already are. We need to document everything. The garage is illegal subletting, yes, but don't confront them about it yet. Let them dig themselves deeper. Keep all their texts, emails, social media posts. And Monica, stop responding to the family messages. Every word you say right now will be twisted." My phone dinged with another group text, this time from Dad. "Family dinner tonight. Mandatory. We need to talk this through." "They're calling a family dinner," I told Eduardo. "Tonight." "Good," he said. "Go. Be calm. Let them talk. Record everything on your phone if you can. The more they say, the more ammunition they give us." After we hung up, I sat in my car staring at the house, my house, that had somehow become a symbol of everything wrong with my relationship with River. All these years, I thought I was helping him. Really, I was just enabling him and Laura to take advantage of me. Another text came through, this one privately from Laura. "Hope you're ready to apologize tonight. Your mom's heartbroken, you know. But I'm sure your precious properties are worth destroying your family over." I started my car, Laura's old email chain burning in my mind. They thought they had me cornered with guilt and family obligation. They thought I'd keep playing the good sister, the reliable ATM, the pushover. They had no idea what was coming. I pulled out my phone one last time. "Eduardo, before the dinner, can you draw up those eviction papers? I want to have them ready." Mom's pot roast filled the house with a familiar aroma as I walked in. Classic manipulation. She only made it on special occasions or when she wanted to soften someone up. "Monica!" Laura rushed to hug me, all smiles and warmth. I returned the embrace stiffly, remembering Eduardo's advice. Let them think they're in control. "We're so glad you came," she gushed. "We really need to work this out as a family." River lounged on the couch, barely looking up from his phone. Hey, sis. Mom bustled around, setting the table with her best china, another obvious ploy. Dad sat quietly in his recliner, watching everything but saying nothing as usual. Before we eat, Laura announced, I think we should clear the air. Monica, we know you're under a lot of stress with your properties. River told us you might be having some financial troubles. I caught River's quick smirk. So that was their play. Paint me as the one in crisis. Really? I kept my voice neutral. What kind of troubles, River? He shrugged. Just saying maybe there's a reason you're suddenly so worried about rent. If you're struggling, you could just tell us. Interesting. I pulled out my phone, opened my voice recorder app, and set it on the table. Mind telling me again how long you've been living in my house? Just so everyone's clear on the timeline. Laura's smile flickered. Why are you recording this? Documentation, I said sweetly, since we're clearing the air. River. 3 years, he muttered. But you said we could stay as long as we needed. And in those 3 years, how much rent have you paid? Mom interrupted. Monica, please, this isn't necessary. It is, Mom. River? None, he snapped. Because you said you wanted to help, because that's what family does. And the garage? I asked. How much have you made renting that out on Airbnb? The room went silent. Laura's face drained of color. I don't know what you're talking about, she said quickly. The neighbors do. They were very chatty about your little side business, in my property, without my knowledge or permission. Dad sat forward in his chair, frowning. You've been renting out the garage? It's not like that, River started, but Laura cut him off. We needed the money for our anniversary cruise, since Monica was being so selfish. The cruise you already booked? I asked. The one you were so sure I'd pay for? Laura's face shifted from panic to triumph. Actually, we knew you'd come around. That's why we went ahead and booked it. You always do the right thing in the end, Monica. Always have, River added. Ever since we were kids. I let their confidence hang in the air for a moment, thinking about the eviction papers in my car, about the email chain proving their manipulation, about the Tesla in my garage. You're right, I said finally. I do always do the right thing. Laura beamed. See? I knew you'd understand. Which is why, I continued, I've decided to sell the house. The silence that followed was deafening. You... what? River sat up straight. Selling it. Already have interested buyers. You can't. Laura's voice rose. We live there. Without a lease, without paying rent, while illegally subletting my property. Monica, Mom pleaded, think about what you're doing to your family. I have thought about it, Mom. For 3 years I've thought about it. And you know what? Family doesn't exploit family. Family doesn't manipulate and lie and steal. We never stole anything, River shouted. The Airbnb money says otherwise. I stood up, grabbing my phone. I'm sorry, Mom, but I'll skip dinner. I've lost my appetite. If you do this, Laura called after me, everyone will know what kind of person you really are. I turned at the door. They already do, Laura. That's why you're panicking. As I walked to my car, I heard running footsteps behind me. It was Dad. Monica, he said quietly. Is it true? About the garage, the Tesla? I nodded. He looked back at the house, then at me. Do what you need to do. Just do it legally. Already on it, I said, pulling the eviction papers from my car. Eduardo's serving these tomorrow. Dad nodded slowly. Good girl. I drove home smiling, replaying the recording of River admitting to 3 years of non-payment. Eduardo would be pleased. My phone buzzed with a text from Laura. Hope you're ready for war. I thought about the documents Eduardo had prepared, about the evidence we'd gathered, about 3 years of calculated manipulation finally exposed. Oh, Laura, I muttered. I've been ready for months. Eduardo served the eviction papers at 9 a.m. sharp. I watched through my office security cameras as he walked up to my property, their borrowed home, looking every bit the professional lawyer in his crisp suit. My phone rang almost immediately after he left. "Are you fucking kidding me?" River's voice cracked. "A formal eviction? Through a lawyer?" "You have 30 days, I said calmly. "It's all standard procedure." "Standard procedure? I'm your brother, who's been illegally subletting my property." "We needed the money," he was shouting now. "You have 6 properties, Monica. 6! You're really going to make us homeless over a few $1,000s? You make $60,000 a year, River. Laura makes 55. You can afford an apartment. Is that what this is about? You want to punish us for the Airbnb thing?" Laura's voice cut in. They had me on speaker. "We'll tell everyone, Monica. Every dirty deal you've ever made. Every tenant you've screwed over." "You mean the lies you've been spreading?" I interrupted. "Go ahead. I have documentation for every legal transaction I've ever made. Do you have documentation for your illegal subletting business?" Silence. 30 days, I repeated. "And Laura? The garage needs to be cleared of all Airbnb supplies by tomorrow, or I'm reporting the unauthorized business to the city." "You bitch," Laura started, but I hung up. My phone immediately lit up with message notifications. Laura had already started her campaign. Urgent family message. Monica is officially evicting River and Laura after everything they've been through. Please call her and talk sense into her. I muted the group chat and opened my email. Eduardo had sent an update. Papers served. Documented their reaction on video as requested. Also, you should know they've been advertising the garage on multiple rental sites. I've archived everything. A private message popped up from my younger cousin Livia. "Hey, I know everyone's taking River's side, but I'm with you. I've seen how they talk about you when you're not around." "What do you mean?" I typed back. "Check your DMs, I'm sending screenshots." The screenshots loaded. A private family group chat I wasn't part of. Laura had created it months ago, titled Monica's True Colors. The messages made my blood boil. Laura: "She's probably laundering money through those properties." River: "Trust me, she's one audit away from losing everything." Laura: "That's why we need to stay in the house. When she goes down, at least we'll have squatters' rights." More messages poured in, each one worse than the last. They'd been poisoning the family against me for months, maybe years. My phone rang again. Mom. "They have nowhere to go," she cried without preamble. "They have money, Mom. They have jobs. They bought a Tesla." "A what?" "A Tesla. Brand new. Parked in my garage right now, along with thousands in camping equipment they bought with Airbnb money from illegally renting my property." Mom went quiet. "What Airbnb money?" Ask River about his side business. Ask him where he got the money for the cruise they booked. Ask him about the new TV, the PlayStation, all the things they've bought while living rent-free. But he said they were struggling. They lied, Mom, about everything. And I have proof. After we hung up, another message came from Livia. "There's more. Laura's been telling everyone you're being investigated for fraud. But I work at the bank, Monica. I know that's not true." "Send me everything," I wrote back. "Every screenshot, every lie." "Already done. And Monica, Laura's deleting messages like crazy now. She knows she messed up." My security camera pinged. River was at the house, ripping down the eviction notice. I called Eduardo. "They're destroying legal documents," I said, "and I have proof of deliberate defamation." "Perfect," he replied. "The more they fight, the stronger our case gets. By the way, I'm filing reports about the unauthorized rental business tomorrow. They're not just going to owe you back rent, they're going to owe the city fines." My phone buzzed with a text from River. "You just love watching people squirm, don't you? Getting off on your power trip?" I started to respond, but another message from Livia stopped me. "OMG, you need to see this. Laura accidentally posted bank statements in the group trying to prove you're broke, but they show all the Airbnb deposits instead. I smiled, watching through the camera as River stormed around the front yard, ranting into his phone. "No, River," I muttered. "I don't love watching people squirm. I just love watching justice unfold." The screenshots from Livia kept coming. Each one was like a piece of ammunition, and I used them strategically. No arguments, no explanations. I simply started forwarding evidence to family members who had doubted me. To Uncle Rick, who'd called me heartless. The message where Laura bragged about manipulating me like an ATM. To Aunt Sarah, who'd accused me of abandoning family. Screenshots of River joking about squatters' rights and waiting for my inevitable bankruptcy. To Cousin Paige, who'd been Laura's biggest defender, the accidental bank statement showing thousands in undeclared Airbnb income. My phone rang. "Mom." "I don't know what to say," she whispered. "Livia showed me everything." "You don't have to say anything." "But I do." Her voice cracked. "I believed them. I let them make you the villain. My own daughter." "Mom." "No, let me finish. River, he told us you were having financial problems, that you were taking your stress out on them. Laura said you were being investigated for fraud. We believed them because they were so convincing." I heard Dad in the background. "Tell her about the Tesla." "Your father went to the house," Mom continued. "He saw everything. The new TV, the car, all of it. How long have they been lying to us?" "Check the date on Laura's private group chat," I said quietly. "The one called Monica's True Colors." A pause, then, 2 years? They've been plotting this for 2 years? My other line beeped. Eduardo. "Mom, I have to take this. We'll talk later." Eduardo didn't waste time. "The city inspector just left their property. Your brother and Laura are in serious trouble, operating an unlicensed rental business, improper waste disposal from the Airbnb guests, unauthorized modifications to the garage." "How bad?" "Thousands in fines. And here's the best part. They listed your address as their business address on multiple platforms. All violations go to the property owner." "Meaning me." "Meaning you can sue them for damages on top of the eviction." My security camera pinged again. Laura was at the house, frantically removing camping gear from the garage. "They're cleaning out the evidence," I said. "Too late. I have screenshots of every listing, every review, every transaction. They can't hide this anymore." Another call beeped in. Paige. "Eduardo, I need to take this." Paige didn't even say hello. "I am so sorry. I just saw the messages Laura posted about your shady dealings. I was stupid enough to believe her, and I might have repeated some of those things to people at work." "You what?" "I work in real estate too, Monica. I thought people should know the truth about you. God, I was such an idiot. Tell me how to fix this." I thought about all the times Paige had sided with Laura, all the potential clients I might have lost because of her gossip. "Write it down," I said finally. "Everything you repeated, everything Laura told you. Send it to Eduardo with a formal statement admitting it was all based on lies. He'll know what to do with it." "Already writing it," she said. "And Monica, Laura's losing it. She's trying to delete everything, but people have screenshots. Everyone's seeing who she really is." After hanging up, I watched through the camera as Laura frantically packed the Tesla with their illegal rental supplies. River stood in the driveway, screaming into his phone. My phone buzzed with his message. "Happy now? You've turned the whole family against us." I forwarded him the screenshot of his own words. "When Monica goes down, at least we'll have squatters' rights." "That was a joke," he texted back immediately. "The Tesla wasn't a joke. The Airbnb wasn't a joke. The cruise you booked wasn't a joke. We're family." "No, River. We were your ATM. There's a difference." Laura started posting again in the family group. "Monica's trying to destroy us. She's twisting everything." But this time, something different happened. The family fought back. Livia. "We can all see the screenshots, Laura." Paige. "Stop lying. It's over." Uncle Rick. "You took advantage of her for years." Dad. "Get out of my daughter's house." My phone rang one last time. Eduardo. Monica? The city inspector found something else. They've been dumping Airbnb garbage in your neighbors' bins. 3 neighbors filed complaints. We can add that to the lawsuit. I watched through the camera as Laura slumped against the Tesla, crying theatrical tears while River paced and raged. No, I said. No lawsuit. Just the eviction. Let the city handle their fines. You sure? I thought about Mom's broken voice, about Dad's quiet support, about Livia's loyalty and Paige's remorse. I'm sure. They've lost something worth more than money. What's that? Their audience? I said, watching the family group chat fill with messages of support. For me. No one's buying their show anymore. The city inspector's bright orange notice looked almost cheerful against my garage door. Unauthorized business operation. Cease and desist. I stood in the driveway taking pictures for Eduardo's files when a neighbor walked over. Finally, she said, nodding at the notice. Those Airbnb people kept using our trash bins, left them overflowing every weekend. I'm so sorry about that, I started, but she waved me off. Not your fault. Your brother and his wife, they told everyone you knew all about it, said you were partnering with them on some innovative home-sharing project. She rolled her eyes. Load of nonsense. My phone buzzed. Laura had tagged me in a Facebook post. Since my heartless sister-in-law is determined to destroy our lives, maybe everyone should know about the illegal eviction she's attempting. Lawyers will be contacted. Eduardo called almost immediately. She's digging herself deeper, he said. Every public accusation she makes is documented defamation, and there's nothing illegal about the eviction. We've followed every protocol. Did you see the latest? About the lawyers? Yes, let her try. The city inspector's report alone would sink any case they bring. A car screeched into the driveway, River's Tesla. Laura jumped out, phone in hand, already recording. Look, everyone, she shouted at her phone. Here's Monica, harassing us again, coming to our home to intimidate us. Your home? I kept my voice calm. Show them the property deed, Laura. Show them who owns this house. You're just jealous. She was getting louder, playing to her imaginary audience. Jealous that we're successful, that we're happy. Successful? I pulled out my own phone. Let's talk about success. Let's talk about the city fines you're facing, the unauthorized business, the illegal waste disposal. River stepped between us. Stop recording, Laura. No, everyone needs to see. I said stop. He grabbed her phone, ending the live stream. This isn't helping. My phone buzzed again. Paige had posted in the family group. For anyone still believing Laura's lies, I just spoke with the city inspector. They found evidence of an illegal rental business dating back months. River and Laura have been profiting off Monica's property while living there rent-free. Disgusting. Laura's face crumpled as she read the message. You turned Paige against us too? You did that yourself, I said. Every lie, every manipulation, it's all coming out now. We'll sue you, River threatened, for everything. With what evidence? Eduardo's voice made them jump. He'd pulled up quietly during our confrontation. The illegal subletting? The documented defamation? The city violations? Please, sue us. Make this easier. Laura started crying. Real tears this time, not the theatrical ones she'd perfected for family gatherings. You're ruining everything, she sobbed. No, I said. I'm just not letting you ruin me anymore. My phone kept buzzing. The family group chat was exploding. Mom. Just saw Laura's Facebook post. Shameful. Dad. Enough is enough. Stop attacking your sister. Livia. I have more screenshots if anyone needs proof of their lies. Uncle Rick. Can't believe we fell for their act for so long. 25 days, Eduardo said calmly, checking his watch. That's how long you have to vacate the property. I suggest you spend less time on social media and more time packing. River's face had gone red. This isn't over. Actually, Eduardo smiled. It is. The city inspector is returning tomorrow for a follow-up. I'd clear out that garage tonight if I were you. We watched them retreat into the house, Laura's sobs still audible. The neighbor who'd talked to me earlier gave a low whistle. Quite a show, she said. Want to know something funny? That Tesla they're so proud of? They've been parking it in different spots around the neighborhood trying to hide it from you when you visit. I laughed despite everything. Really? Oh yes, very sneaky about it too, always bragging about their investment strategy while doing it. Eduardo touched my arm. We should go. Let them process this. As we walked to our cars, another message lit up my phone. This one was from Dad. Your mother and I just watched Laura's latest video, the one where she's screaming about harassment. It's gone viral in the family chat, but not how she intended. Everyone sees the truth now. We're so sorry we didn't see it sooner. I looked back at the house, my house, with its bright orange notice and Tesla in the driveway. Through the window, I could see Laura pacing, phone still in hand, probably plotting her next move. But it didn't matter anymore. Her audience was gone, her lies exposed, her power over the family narrative finally broken. Ready to go? Eduardo asked. I nodded, already imagining the for sale sign that would soon stand in this very spot. More than ready. The family intervention was set for 7 p.m. at my parents' house. I arrived 15 minutes early, Eduardo waiting in his car around the corner, just in case. Mom opened the door before I could knock. They're all here, she whispered. River, Laura, your aunts, uncles, everyone. I walked into a room full of familiar faces, some sympathetic, others still hostile. Laura sat in the center of the couch, eyes red and puffy, clutching a manila folder like a shield. River stood behind her, arms crossed. Before anyone starts, I said, setting my laptop on the coffee table. I'm recording this meeting. Of course you are, Laura sniffled. Always plotting. Speaking of plotting, I opened my laptop. Shall we discuss your private family chat? The one where you spent 2 years spreading lies about me? Those messages were taken out of context. Laura clutched her folder tighter. We have proof that Monica's been running legitimate businesses? I pulled up the first document. Here's my property deed, my business licenses, my tax records, every transaction, every tenant agreement, except yours, since you never signed one. We had a verbal agreement. River stepped forward. You said we could stay. Temporarily, I corrected. 3 years ago. Want to explain the Tesla, the Airbnb business, the cruise you booked with money from illegally renting my property? Aunt Sarah cleared her throat. Laura told us you approved the rental business. Did she? Interesting. I pulled up the city inspector's report. Because the city seems to think differently. Want to see the fines they're facing? Laura jumped up, waving her folder. Everyone needs to see this. Proof of Monica's shady dealings. You mean the fake documents you've been spreading? Livia stepped out from the corner. I work at the bank, Laura. I've seen the real records. Everything you're holding is fabricated. Laura's face went white. You don't know that. Actually, I said. We do. Eduardo traced the edited PDFs back to your computer. Want to discuss forgery charges? Enough. Dad's voice cut through the tension. Laura, River, show us your proof or stop making accusations. Laura's hand shook as she opened her folder. Papers spilled onto the floor. Printouts of edited bank statements, manufactured email chains, crude attempts at forged documents. These aren't, she started, but stopped as Mom picked up one of the papers. This is dated last week, Mom said quietly. But it's supposed to be from 3 years ago. The bank's logo changed 2 years ago. This is the new one. The room went silent. Would anyone like to see the real documents? I asked, turning my laptop around. The ones showing 3 years of unpaid rent, the illegal subletting income, the defamatory social media posts. We trusted you, Aunt Sarah said to Laura. We believed everything you said about Monica. Because she deserved it, Laura burst out. Little Miss Perfect with her properties and her success, looking down on us, making us feel small. By giving you a free place to live? Livia interrupted. By paying your medical bills? That's how she made you feel small? River put his hands on Laura's shoulders. We can explain everything. Please do, I said, hitting play on my phone. Laura's voice filled the room. We can probably stay here for free indefinitely. She's too worried about looking like the bad guy to ever kick us out. Laura lunged for my phone. That's private! Like the private family chat you created to destroy my reputation? You know what? River's face was red again. We're done here. Laura, get your things. We're leaving. Oh, one more thing, I said as they headed for the door. I'm not just evicting you anymore. I'm selling the house. Laura spun around. What? Already have buyers lined up, which means you don't have 30 days anymore. According to state law, since there's no lease agreement, you have less than 20 days to vacate. You can't do this, Laura screamed. We'll sue. Please do, Eduardo said, walking in from where he'd been listening. I'd love to present all this evidence in court. Laura collapsed into tears, real ones this time. River tried to help her up, but she pushed him away. I hate you, she sobbed at me. I hate you for ruining everything. No, Laura, Mom said, standing up. You did this. You and River. Now get out of my house. We watched them leave, Laura still crying. River silent for once. The rest of the family sat in stunned silence. I have copies of everything, I said quietly. Every lie, every scheme, every manipulation. If anyone wants to see the truth, it's all here. One by one they came to look. One by one they understood. And one by one they apologized. Dad was the last to speak. Sell that house, Monica. Sell it and don't look back. I nodded, closing my laptop as Eduardo gathered the scattered papers, evidence of 3 years of deception finally exposed to the light. Already working on it. The sold sign went up on a Tuesday. I watched from my car as the young couple who bought the house took their first pictures in front of it, their excitement palpable even from a distance. My phone buzzed. A text from the realtor. River and Laura finally cleared out yesterday, left some damage but nothing we can't fix before closing. Another message popped up, this one from Livia. Did you see Laura's latest Facebook post? She's playing victim again, but no one's buying it anymore. I didn't need to check. The family group chat, the real one, not Laura's secret hate forum, had been surprisingly peaceful lately. Even Aunt Sarah, who'd initially been Laura's strongest defender, had blocked her on social media. Ms. Monica? The young woman from the couple waved me over. We just wanted to thank you again. This is our first home and we're so excited. I got out of my car, smiling. Take good care of it. We will. Though, she hesitated, your brother's wife left some interesting reviews about the property online. Let me guess. Claims of fraud, illegal eviction, secret business schemes? The woman's husband laughed. Something like that. But our lawyer found the city reports about their unauthorized rental business. Pretty ironic. My phone rang. Eduardo. The investment paperwork is ready, he said when I answered. That women's startup fund you wanted to support? They're thrilled to have you as a backer. I looked at the young couple, still taking pictures of their new home. Use the full amount from the house sale. It's time that money did some real good. A car slowed down across the street, River's Tesla. I could see Laura in the passenger seat staring at the sold sign. For a moment, our eyes met. She raised her phone like a weapon, probably ready to record another rant about my cruelty. But then River drove away. Everything okay? The young woman asked. Perfect, I said. The house is all yours. Back in my car, I found a handwritten letter tucked under my windshield wiper. Dad's handwriting. Dear Monica, I watched you grow up always taking care of others. Always being the responsible one, the generous one, the one we could count on. I watched you build your success brick by brick while your brother waited for handouts. I stayed quiet too long. I let them take advantage of your kindness because it was easier than confronting the truth. that River never learned to stand on his own, because we never made him. You did what your mother and I couldn't. You stood up, you demanded respect, you showed us all what real strength looks like. I've never been more proud. Love, Dad. My phone buzzed again, a message from Mom. Coming over for dinner? Made your favorite pasta. On my way, I typed back. Another notification popped up. River had sent a private message. Laura's pregnant. We're going to need help with the baby expenses. I know things got heated, but you're still my sister. Family helps family. I stared at the message, remembering Laura's tears, the fake documents, the years of manipulation. Then I blocked his number. The young couple waved as I drove away from my old property. In my rearview mirror, I could see them planning their future, pointing at windows, probably discussing paint colors and furniture placement. My phone lit up with one final message, Livia. Guess what? I just stood up to my toxic roommate, told her she has to move out. You inspired me to stop being a doormat. I smiled, thinking about the Women's Startup Fund, about turning the money that had enabled River's dependency into something empowering instead. The family group chat dinged. Mom. Dinner at my house. Monica's coming. Everyone welcome. Except you know who. Aunt Sarah. Save me some pasta. Livia. Be there in 20. Paige. Monica, we need to celebrate the house sale. I typed back. On my way. And yes, let's celebrate. Because that's what this was, a celebration. Not of selling a house or exposing lies or even delivering justice, but of finally understanding that love without boundaries isn't love at all. That family means respect, not exploitation. That sometimes the kindest thing you can do is say no. I pulled into Mom's driveway, the smell of garlic bread wafting from the kitchen. Through the window, I could see Dad setting the table, Livia helping Mom with the salad, Aunt Sarah opening wine. My real family. The ones who learned, who grew, who understood. I walked inside to their warm greetings, leaving the weight of River's message, Laura's drama, and 3 years of manipulation behind me. Sometimes blood isn't thicker than water. Sometimes it's about who chooses to swim with you, not who tries to drag you down. And sometimes the happy ending isn't about revenge at all. It's about freedom.
The worst conversations of your life always seem to start in kitchens. Maybe it's because that's where the knives are kept. My name is Bella, and I was about to lose everything I'd spent 3 years saving for, all because my mother couldn't handle the word no. Sweetheart, it's just money, my mother Sylvia said, stirring her afternoon tea with the silver spoon she'd guilted me into buying her last Christmas. Your sister needs this, after everything she's been through. I gripped the edge of our granite countertop, willing the tremor in my left hand to stop. The nerve condition was getting worse, the very reason I'd been squirreling away every spare dollar for the surgery that could fix it. Mom, I can't. You know why I can't. Juliet, my younger sister, sat perched on a bar stool, scrolling through wedding venues on her iPad. It's not like your surgery is emergency urgent, she said without looking up. This is my special day we're talking about. Your third special day, I muttered. What was that? Mom's voice sharpened. Nothing. I took a deep breath. Look, I've saved $38,000. The surgery costs $45,000. I'm so close. And Jules needs $40,000 for the venue deposit, Mom cut in. You can restart your savings. Your sister deserves happiness after everything that monster put her through. Monster. Right. Her second husband, who I strongly suspected wasn't the villain in that story. I can't work properly anymore, I said, holding up my trembling hand. The nerve damage is spreading. If I wait too long... Oh, please, Juliet interrupted, finally looking up. You've always been dramatic about money. Remember when you wouldn't loan me $5,000 for my business venture? The pyramid scheme makeup company that went bankrupt in 3 months? Girls, Mom warned, but her stern look was only directed at me. Bella, Your sister is trying to start fresh. This wedding will help her heal. Don't you want that for her? The manipulation was so obvious it was almost artistic. I'd spent my whole life being the responsible one, the steady one, the one who always said yes when they needed money or help or emotional support. But this time was different. No, I said quietly. The kitchen went silent. Even Juliet stopped scrolling. What did you just say? Mom's teacup clinked against its saucer. I said no. I'm not giving up my surgery fund for Juliet's third wedding. Mom's face did that thing where it somehow became both softer and more threatening. Darling, I don't think you understand. This isn't a request. You can't force me to give you my money. No? She pulled out her phone. Remember when I helped you get that job at the nonprofit? Janet, your boss. We still have lunch sometimes. Wouldn't it be awful if she heard about your episodes? My blood ran cold. Episodes? The mood swings, the paranoia, the instability. A finance department is no place for someone in your condition. She sighed dramatically. I've been so worried about you lately. As your mother, maybe I have a responsibility to warn them. Juliet smirked behind her iPad. You wouldn't, I whispered, but I knew she would. She'd done similar things before, smaller scales, different stakes. This was just the nuclear option. Transfer the money by Friday, Mom said, standing up. I'll tell the venue we're ready to move forward. Jules, show me that flower arrangement again. They moved to the living room, dismissing me like I was already irrelevant. I stood there, hand trembling worse than ever, watching my chance at a normal life slip away. But something else was trembling too. My other hand, which held my phone, still recording. I'd started doing that lately whenever they cornered me. 3 months of conversations, threats, confessions. Originally, I'd planned it as insurance. Now it felt more like ammunition. My phone buzzed with a text from Eric, my colleague at work. You okay? You left that spreadsheet running on your desktop. I looked at the message, then at my sister and mother cooing over wedding photos. They had no idea I'd been tracking everything. The gambling apps, the credit card fraud, the lies about her ex-husbands. The spreadsheet Eric mentioned wasn't for work, it was evidence. I texted back, no, but I will be. They wanted to play hardball? Fine. I'd been the good daughter, the reliable sister, the endless ATM for their dreams. But they'd forgotten something important. I worked in finance. I knew how to follow money, and money always tells the truth. Friday was coming, but not the Friday they expected. The email from HR arrived at 10:47 a.m., right when I was deep in a quarterly report. Subject line, informal inquiry, workplace conduct. My mother worked fast. I had to give her that. Bella? Eric's head popped over my cubicle wall. You look like you've seen a ghost. I turned my monitor slightly so he could read the email. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the carefully worded corporate speak about concerns raised regarding emotional stability and commitment to maintaining a safe workplace environment. This is bullshit, he muttered. Who would... My mother knows Janet from their country club. I closed the email, hands shaking worse than usual. She warned me she'd do this. The same mother who was pressuring you about money yesterday? I nodded, trying to focus on my breathing. The tremors were always worse under stress. Pack up your stuff, Eric said suddenly. We're taking an early lunch. 20 minutes later, we sat in his car in the far corner of the parking lot, a safe distance from office windows and curious eyes. I'd brought my laptop in a thick folder I kept in my bottom drawer. Start from the beginning, Eric said, handing me a coffee from the drive-thru. My sister's getting married, again. She wants $40,000 for the venue deposit. My mother's demanding I empty my surgery fund to pay for it. And when you said no, she's trying to get me fired. I laughed, but it came out hollow. Classic Mom. She did the same thing when I refused to co-sign Juliet's car loan last year. Called my landlord and said I was running an illegal business from my apartment. Eric's grip tightened on his coffee cup. That's straight up harassment. That's family. I opened my laptop. But this time, I was ready for it. I pulled up what I called my sister spreadsheet, 6 months of meticulously documented financial records, screenshots, and recordings. See these transactions? I pointed to a series of charges. All gambling apps, thousands per month. And these? I scrolled down. Credit card applications under our father's name. He doesn't know about them. Eric whistled low. How did you get all this? Juliet's terrible with passwords. She uses the same one everywhere. Her first husband's birthday. Ironic, since she cheated on him. I pulled out my phone and played a recording from 3 months ago. Juliet's voice, slurred with wine, filled the car. God, Mark was such a bore. But his beach house? Worth every fake smile. Until I met Ryan, obviously. Those abs? Couldn't resist. Mark was husband number 2? Eric asked. Yeah, the one she told everyone was abusive. Turns out she was the one throwing things. I stopped the recording. There's more, so much more. Why haven't you exposed her? Because my mother would destroy me. You saw how quickly she moved with HR. Imagine what she'd do if I really fought back. Eric was quiet for a moment, then, what if you had backup? I looked at him. What do you mean? I mean, I've worked in finance for 8 years. I know how to document fraud. And Mia in legal, she owes me a favor. We could build this into something bulletproof. My hands were trembling again, but not from the nerve condition. You'd help me? Bella, I've watched you limp through work for months because you can't afford surgery. Meanwhile, your sister's planning her 3rd wedding? That's not right. He touched my shaking hand briefly. Let's fight back. Back at the office, I had 3 voicemails from my mother. I deleted them without listening. Instead, I forwarded Eric a folder of screenshots, Juliet's hidden Venmo transactions, her secret credit card statements, the threatening text from her abusive ex that showed a very different story. At 5 p.m., my phone buzzed with a text from Juliet. Mom says you're being difficult about the money. Don't be selfish. I deserve this. I stared at the message, thinking about all the times I'd given in, all the times I'd believed that being a good sister meant setting myself on fire to keep her warm. You okay? Eric asked, stopping by my desk with his coat. I showed him the text. Then I pulled up one final recording on my phone, Juliet at her bachelorette party for wedding number 2, bragging about how she'd used the wedding gift money to buy a Chanel purse instead of paying the caterer. No, I said, but I'm done being the only one who suffers for it. I looked up at him. Still want to help me build a case? He grinned. I thought you'd never ask. Want to grab dinner and strategize? For the first time in days, my hands were steady. Yes, it's time to show my family what happens when you push the quiet one too far. I grabbed my coat, leaving Juliet's text unanswered. Let them think they'd won. The best revenge needs patience. And I'd been patient for years. Holy shit, Mia from legal whispered, spreading the documents across her dining room table. Your sister's been busy. It was Saturday morning, and Eric had convinced Mia to meet us off the record at her house. Spread before us was what Eric called the golden child's greatest hits. Every scrap of evidence I'd collected over the past 6 months. Look at this pattern, Eric pointed to a highlighted section. Every time she gets engaged, there's a spike in gambling activity, almost like she's trying to win enough to cover the wedding costs. And failing spectacularly, I added, pulling up another spreadsheet. She's over $90,000 in debt. Chandler, her new fiancé, has no idea. The doorbell rang, making me jump. Mia checked her security camera and smiled. It's just Georgia. My Aunt Georgia walked in carrying a casserole dish. She stopped short when she saw all the papers. Oh, I didn't realize you had company. Stay, I said quickly. You should see this. Georgia set down her dish and peered at the nearest document. Her face went pale. Is that Travis's signature? No, I said. That's Juliet forging Dad's signature on a loan application. Georgia sank into a chair. I knew it. I knew something was wrong when she showed up with that new car last year. She looked at me. Your mother's been telling people at church that you're having some kind of breakdown. Says you're jealous of Juliet's happiness. Of course she is. I pulled out my phone and played the recording of Juliet bragging about her Chanel purse scam. George's hand flew to her mouth. There's more, Eric said gently. He showed her the gambling app records. She needs help, Georgia whispered. Real help, not another wedding. Try telling that to Mom, I said. She's too busy threatening my job to notice her precious baby is drowning in debt and fraud. Mia, who'd been taking notes, looked up. Speaking of your job, I've drafted a cease and desist letter regarding your mother's harassment. We can have it delivered Monday. Won't that just make things worse? Georgia asked. Things are already worse, I said. Mom's trying to force me to give up my surgery fund. She's calling me unstable at work. What's left to lose? Your family, Georgia said softly. The room went quiet. Even Eric stopped shuffling papers. What family? I finally asked. The mother who's blackmailing me? The sister who steals and lies? The father who sees everything and says nothing? My hands were shaking again, but I didn't try to hide it. They stopped being family the moment they decided my health was worth less than Juliet's third wedding. Georgia reached across the table and took my trembling hand. I remember when you were diagnosed. You were so scared, but you never complained. You just started saving, working extra hours. Meanwhile, Juliet was throwing tantrums over table settings. The perfect daughter versus the problem child, Mia mused, except they got the roles backward. There's something else, Eric said, pulling out his laptop. Show them the video, Bella. I hesitated, then nodded. He played the clip, security footage from a local casino showing Juliet slapping her second husband, Mark, not the other way around as she'd claimed. Jesus, Georgia breathed. Does Chandler know about any of this? No one does, yet. I looked at Mia. What are my options? Mia tapped her pen against her legal pad. Legally, we have enough evidence of financial fraud to go to the police. But if you want to handle this differently, everything here is documented fact. You could expose it all without legal repercussions. You mean like at the wedding? Eric asked. I was thinking more like the engagement party next weekend, I said. Before they waste more people's money. Georgia squeezed my hand. Whatever you decide, I'm with you. This has gone on long enough. My phone buzzed, a text from my mother. Janet wants to meet Monday about your situation. Last chance to do the right thing. I showed the message to the others. Mia immediately started typing on her laptop. Eric's jaw clenched, but it was Georgia who spoke. You know what the worst part is? She said. Sylvia actually believes she's protecting Juliet. She can't see she's enabling her destruction. Well, I said, looking at the mountain of evidence before us, she's about to see everything. Eric started gathering the documents into organized piles. So, engagement party showdown it is? I nodded, feeling strangely calm. Time to show everyone who the unstable one really is. And Bella, Georgia said as we packed up, whatever happens, you're not alone anymore. Looking around at my unlikely support team, my aunt, my colleague, and a lawyer who'd given up her Saturday to help, I finally believed that might be true. The golden child's crown was about to get very, very heavy. My father's house always smelled like coffee and regret. I found him in his usual spot, the garage, tinkering with his old Mustang, hiding from the world. Hey, Dad! He slid out from under the car, wiping his hands on a rag. Bella, your mother said you weren't speaking to anyone? Yeah, well, Mom says a lot of things. I pulled up a workbench stool. We need to talk about Juliet. His shoulders tensed. Your sister's happy finally. Let's not stir things up. Did you know she forged your signature for a loan? The rag stopped moving. What? I showed him the documentation. His face aged 10 years as he read. There's more, I said quietly. Remember when she said Mark was abusive? Dad sat heavily on his toolbox. He wasn't? I played the casino video. Dad watched his precious youngest daughter scream obscenities and throw drinks, watched her slap Mark repeatedly while he tried to calm her down. "Stop," he whispered. "Please." I stopped the video. "Why didn't you ever stand up to them, Dad? All these years you've watched Mom and Juliet tear me down. You've watched them take, and you never said a word." He studied his grease-stained hands. "Your mother, she's complicated. When she decides something, she destroys anyone who disagrees." I held up my trembling hand. "Like she's trying to destroy my career because I won't give up my surgery fund?" "Surgery fund?" He looked up sharply. "What surgery?" Of course they hadn't told him. "The nerve condition's getting worse, Dad. I need corrective surgery. I've been saving for 3 years. And they want that money for the wedding?" His voice cracked. "Why didn't you tell me? Would it have mattered?" The silence that followed was answer enough. I stood up. "The engagement party's next weekend. I'm done being their victim, Dad. Things are going to change." "Bella, wait." He caught my arm. "What are you planning?" "The truth. All of it." I pulled away. "You might want to be somewhere else when it happens." I left him standing in his garage, surrounded by the pieces of a car he'd never finish fixing, just like he'd never fix our family. My next stop was across town, at the trendy coffee shop where Juliet's best friend Zoe worked as a manager. I'd timed it perfectly. Her shift was ending. "Bella?" Zoe's surprise seemed genuine. "I didn't expect... with everything..." "Just wanted to talk about the bridal shower," I said smoothly. "Buy you a drink?" 2 glasses of wine later, at the bar next door, Zoe was getting chatty. "I love Jules, you know I do, but..." She leaned in close. "Does Chandler know about the restraining orders?" I kept my face neutral. "Which ones?" "From the exes, both of them." Zoe took another sip. The one from Mark, okay, he was awful. But poor Tommy, she practically stalked him after he caught her with his credit cards. My phone was recording in my pocket. Tommy from the first marriage? God, that was a mess. Zoe shook her head. She maxed out all his cards, then told everyone he was cheating. But I saw the statements. It was all her. Shopping sprees, casino visits, cash advances. "Does your conscience ever bother you?" I asked quietly. "Watching her do this again?" Zoe's wine glass stopped halfway to her mouth. "What do you mean?" "Chandler seems nice. He deserves to know what he's marrying." Zoe set down her glass. "I've tried hinting, but Jules always says he's different. This time it's real love." "Like she said about Tommy? And Mark?" Zoe's eyes filled with tears. "I should have said something sooner, shouldn't I?" "It's not too late." I slid her my card with Eric's number written on the back. "If you want to make things right, call this number before the engagement party." My phone buzzed. An anonymous text. "Back off or everything you love burns." I showed it to Zoe. "Still think I'm the unstable one?" She stared at the message, then grabbed her phone and took a picture. "Call that number tomorrow?" I nodded and stood to leave. At the door, she called after me. "Bella, I'm sorry for not seeing it sooner." "Me too," I said, "but we're seeing it now." Outside, another text waited, this one from Eric. "Everything's ready. Are you sure about this?" I thought about my father in his garage, about Zoe's guilty tears, about my mother's threats and Juliet's lies, about my hands that wouldn't stop shaking. "Yes," I texted back. "It's time everyone saw the truth." The engagement party was 5 days away. My sister's castle of lies was about to crumble, and I'd make sure everyone watched it fall. The pre-wedding dinner was exactly as pretentious as I expected. Mom had rented out the private room at La Maison, where the silverware cost more than my monthly rent. "Darling," Mom air-kissed my cheeks, as if she hadn't tried to destroy my career that week. "I'm so glad you decided to be reasonable." The wire in my necklace picked up every word. Eric, monitoring the feed remotely, texted, "Got it. Keep her talking." I smiled sweetly. Wouldn't miss it for the world. Juliet held court at the center table, Chandler beside her looking like a man who'd won the lottery without reading the fine print. His mother, Patricia, sat nearby, beaming at her future daughter-in-law, if she only knew. "Bella," Juliet waved me over. "Come sit by me. We've barely talked all week." "Because I'd been busy documenting your fraud, dear sister." I sat down, adjusting my necklace. "Beautiful party." "Isn't it?" Juliet grabbed Chandler's arm. "Mom says now that you're being cooperative about the venue deposit, we can have the fairy tale wedding I deserve." Patricia perked up. "Oh, are you helping with the wedding?" Before I could answer, Mom swooped in. "Bella's been going through some difficulties lately, but she's finally agreed to support her sister properly." "Actually," I said clearly for the recording, "I haven't agreed to anything." The temperature at the table dropped 10 degrees. "Bella," Mom's voice carried a warning, "don't make a scene." "A scene?" I took a sip of water. Like calling my boss with lies about my mental health or threatening me with anonymous texts? Chandler frowned. "What's she talking about, Jules?" "Oh, ignore her," Juliet laughed nervously. "She's been so unstable lately. Jealousy, you know." "Jealous of what?" I asked. "Your gambling debts? Your restraining orders? Or the way you used your last wedding gifts to buy designer bags instead of paying vendors?" Dead silence fell over the table. Patricia's fork clattered against her plate. "That's enough." Mom stood up. "Bella is clearly having another episode. She's been imagining things, making wild accusations." "Really?" I pulled out my phone. "Should we ask Mark about what I'm imagining? Or Tommy? I hear they're both very interested in speaking at the wedding." Juliet's face went white. Chandler looked between us, confusion turning to suspicion. "Jules? What's she talking about?" "Nothing." Juliet grabbed his hand. "Baby, she's lying. She's sick. She needs help." "The only help I need is surgery," I said, letting my trembling hand rest on the table. "The surgery you're trying to steal money from," Patricia gasped. "Steal?" "Mother," Juliet hissed, "do something." Mom placed her hand on my shoulder, squeezing hard. "Sweetheart, you're making a fool of yourself. Let's get you home." "Take your hand off me," I said quietly, "or I'll play the recording of you threatening my career right now." She jerked back like I'd burned her. "Bella?" My father's voice came from behind me. I hadn't even noticed him arrive. "Maybe this isn't the place." "It's exactly the place." I stood up. "I'm done being your family's ATM and emotional punching bag. The engagement party's still on for Saturday. I suggest everyone attend. There's going to be quite a show." "If you do this," Mom said, her voice shaking, "you're no longer part of this family." I laughed. "Wow, Mom, that almost sounds like a reward." Chandler stood abruptly. "Jules, we need to talk. Now." "But baby—" "Now." They left, Patricia following with concern etched on her face. Other guests pretended to be fascinated by their salads. "You've ruined everything," Juliet spat as she passed me. "No," I said. "I'm just getting started." Eric was waiting in his car outside. I slid into the passenger seat, hands shaking so bad I could barely buckle the seatbelt. "Got it all," he said, holding up the receiver connected to my wire. "You okay?" "No." I let out a shaky breath. "But I will be. Did Zoe call?" "This morning. She's willing to make a statement at the party. George is bringing the financial records, and Mia's got the legal documentation ready." My phone lit up with texts, threats from Mom, pleading from Juliet, a single message from Dad. "I should have protected you better. Too little, too late." "They'll try to stop the party from happening," I said. Eric grinned. "Already handled. Mia booked the venue in her name. They can't cancel it without legal repercussions." I leaned back, closing my eyes. "Saturday's going to be a bloodbath." "Saturday," Eric said, starting the car, "is going to be justice." He was right. The dress rehearsal was over. Time for the main event. And this time, I had front row seats to watch my sister's perfect world implode. The engagement party venue sparkled with fairy lights and champagne glasses. My mother had outdone herself, probably hoping the expensive atmosphere would keep me from making a scene. Eric stood by the AV equipment, pretending to be the hired tech. Mia sat near the front, legal documents tucked in her designer clutch. Georgia worked the room, making sure key players were in position. "Last chance to back out," Eric murmured as I passed. I touched my trembling hand. Not a chance. Juliet looked radiant in designer white, clinging to Chandler's arm. He'd shown up despite our dinner drama, but the wariness in his eyes suggested he'd done some digging. "Time for the presentation," Mom announced, clinking her glass. "Bella has prepared a special tribute to the happy couple." The smirk in her voice was clear. She thought she'd won, that I'd fallen in line. After all, I'd asked to do this presentation. I must have seen reason. The lights dimmed. I took the microphone. "Love is beautiful," I began, as the first slides appeared. "And no one knows that better than my sister. Here's to third time's the charm." The crowd chuckled. Juliet's smile froze. "Let's take a walk down memory lane." The slideshow began. Beautiful wedding photos from Juliet's first marriage. Tommy and Jules 2018. Budget $50,000, paid for by our parents. Next slide, bank statements showing maxed credit cards, all in Tommy's name. 6 months later, court documents appeared. Restraining order filed by Tommy after Juliet stalked him post-divorce. Gasps from the audience. Chandler sat up straight. "But love conquers all." Wedding number 2, 2021. Mark and Jules, budget $75,000, funded by family donations and wedding gifts. Security camera footage played, Juliet throwing glasses at Mark in the casino. She claimed he was abusive. I paused. "The casino footage suggests otherwise." "Turn it off," Juliet screamed, standing up. "Why? This is your story, sister dear. Don't you want Chandler to know what he's investing in?" More slides, gambling app transactions, forged loan documents, credit card statements. Current debt, $90,000. But hey, at least you got that Chanel purse. Want to tell everyone what you really did with their wedding gift money? The recording played through the speakers. Juliet's drunken confession about the purse, about using Mark for his beach house, about lying to everyone. "Stop this immediately!" Mom rushed toward Eric at the controls. He stood his ground, Mia beside him with a restraining order ready. "And now," I continued, "the happy couple wants $40,000 for a venue deposit. Mom's solution? Make me give up my surgery fund. Because in this family, Juliet's third wedding matters more than fixing my nerve damage." I held up my shaking hand. "This is getting worse every day, but apparently that's less important than another fairy tale wedding for the sister who treats marriage like a get-rich-quick scheme." "You bitter, jealous bitch!" Juliet lunged forward, but Chandler caught her arm. "Is it true?" he asked quietly. "The debt? The restraining orders?" "She's lying!" "Actually," Zoe stood up from her seat, "she's not. I have proof of everything she's saying." "As do I," Georgia added, pulling out her own folder. "And I have the legal documentation right here," Mia chimed in. Chandler released Juliet's arm like it burned him. "It's over." "Baby, no, over." He turned to his mother. "We're leaving." They walked out, Patricia shooting a disgusted look at Juliet as they passed. "You've ruined everything!" Mom screamed, then suddenly swayed. I feel..." She crumpled. Dad rushed to catch her, ever the dutiful husband, even now. "Always with the fainting spell when things don't go your way," Georgia muttered, but she went to help anyway. Juliet stood alone in the center of the room, her perfect world shattered around her. Guests whispered and pointed. Her mascara ran in black streaks. "I hate you," she whispered as I passed her. "Funny," I replied. "I stopped caring what you think around the time Mom threatened my career to fund your latest scam." The room had erupted into chaos, people demanding refunds from previous wedding gifts, others calling to cancel checks for this one. Mia was handing out copies of the documentation to anyone who asked. Eric appeared at my side. Ready to go? I looked at my family one last time. Mom recovering on a chair, Dad hovering helplessly, Juliet crying mascara rivers into her champagne. Yes, I said. I'm done here. Georgia caught up with us at the door. That was quite a show. Was it worth it? Eric asked. I flexed my trembling hand, thinking of the surgery I could now have without guilt or manipulation, thinking of the years of lies and abuse finally exposed. Truth usually is, I said, and walked out into the night, leaving the wreckage of my sister's engagement party behind. Sometimes the best revenge isn't just exposing lies, it's finally being free of them. The aftermath hit social media before I even got home. Juliet's Instagram story was a masterclass in playing victim. My own sister's jealousy has destroyed my happiness, followed by crying selfies and vague quotes about betrayal. My phone wouldn't stop buzzing with messages. You've killed your mother, Mom. How could you do this to your sister, Dad? The truth needed to come out, Georgia. Girl, you're my hero, Mia. I turned it off and sat in my darkened apartment, waiting for the shaking in my hands to subside. It wasn't just the nerve condition anymore. Adrenaline had my whole body trembling. A knock at the door made me jump. It's Eric, and I brought reinforcements. I opened the door to find Eric, Georgia, and Mia holding pizza boxes and wine bottles. We figured you shouldn't be alone tonight, Georgia said, pushing past me into the kitchen. Your mother's already calling everyone at church. Let me guess, I'm possessed by demons? Close. She's saying you had a psychotic break. Mia pulled out her phone. But the video's already circulating. People are putting it together. Chandler's mother called me, Georgia added, pouring wine. She's grateful. Apparently, Juliet had already started pushing for access to their family trust fund. Another knock. This time it was Zoe, looking nervous. I hope it's okay that I came. I needed to tell you something. I let her in. She clutched her purse like a shield. Juliet just called me. She wanted me to sign a statement saying the evidence was fake, that you manipulated me into lying. Zoe's voice shook. I told her no. I'm done covering for her. How'd she take that? She threatened to tell everyone about my drinking problem from college. I told her to go ahead. Zoe managed a small smile. Your courage inspired me. My phone started ringing again, the landline this time. I put it on speaker. Bella? It was my father. Your mother's in the hospital. Of course she is, I muttered. She's demanding you come apologize. She says she'll forgive you if you admit you lied. Dad, stop. I cut him off. My bank account shows $0, just like Mom's compassion for me. I'm done playing her games. But she's your mother? No, she's Juliet's mother. I was just the ATM who happened to share DNA. Silence on the line. Then, so quiet, I almost missed it. I'm sorry I never stood up for you. Me too, Dad. Me too. I hung up. Eric touched my shoulder. You okay? No. I showed him my trembling hands. But I will be, once I get the surgery. About that, Mia pulled out her laptop. Remember how I said the video was circulating? Check your GoFundMe. I stared at the screen. The campaign Eric had set up last night, Help Bella Get Her Surgery, had already raised over $30,000. People really hate wedding scammers, Eric grinned, and they really love karma. Most of these donations are from guests at Juliet's previous weddings, Georgia pointed out. Looks like you're not the only one she burned. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Chandler. Thank you for saving me from making a terrible mistake. I've donated to your surgery fund. Get well soon. Tears spilled down my cheeks, the first I'd allowed myself since this all began. Don't you dare feel guilty, Mia said firmly. You didn't destroy your family. You just exposed what was already broken. Besides, Zoe added, Real family doesn't demand you sacrifice your health for their lies. Another text came through from my insurance company. I read it twice, not believing my eyes. "What is it?" Eric asked. They've approved my surgery. 3 months earlier than expected. There was a cancellation. "When?" Georgia asked. "Next week." I looked up at my unlikely support system, the colleague who became my defender, the aunt who chose truth over loyalty, the lawyer who fought for justice, and the friend who finally stood up to my sister. "Will you be there?" "Try keeping us away," Eric said, raising his wine glass. "To karma." "To truth," Mia added. "To freedom," Georgia smiled. "To real family," Zoe finished. My hands were still shaking, but somehow it didn't seem as scary anymore. Not with these people around me. The doorbell rang again. This time it was a delivery, a small package from the hospital. Inside was my surgery preparation packet and a note from my doctor. "Your timing is perfect. Let's fix those hands." I looked at my found family, all raising their glasses in my tiny apartment, and felt something I hadn't experienced in years. Peace. Sometimes you have to break everything to fix what matters most, starting with yourself. The hospital room was quiet except for the steady beep of monitors and Eric's typing on his laptop. My hands lay still on the white sheets. No tremors, no shaking. Just peace. "Your post is going viral," Eric said. "Over 50,000 upvotes on Reddit already. Read me the comments?" "Finally, a bridezilla gets what she deserves. OP is my hero." "Oh, here's a good one. I wish I'd had your courage when my sister did the same thing." A knock at the door interrupted us. Georgia peeked in, holding a basket of muffins. Behind her stood my father. "Dad?" Eric stood. "I'll give you guys a minute." Dad took his vacant chair, looking everywhere but at my hands. "Your mother wanted to come. Let me guess. I just need to admit I lied, and all will be forgiven?" "Actually," he pulled out his phone, "she wanted to show you this." It was a local news website. The headline read, "Local woman arrested for wedding gift fraud scheme." "Juliet tried to pull the same scam again," Dad said quietly. "She sent mass emails to everyone who'd RSVP'd to the wedding, claiming she needed emergency deposits to save the venue bookings. Someone reported her. And Mom finally saw the truth. Or at least she can't deny it anymore." He reached for my hand, the steady one now, post-surgery. "I filed for divorce this morning." The monitors caught my spike in heart rate. "You what?" 30 years of enabling their behavior, of watching them hurt you. His voice cracked. "I don't want that to be my whole life story." Another knock, Mia this time, with papers in hand. "Sorry to interrupt, but Bella needs to see this. Chandler's family is pressing charges too. They found evidence she'd already started transferring money from their accounts." "How much?" I asked. "Enough for federal charges." Dad's phone buzzed. He checked it and let out a hollow laugh. "Your mother's asking me to help pay for Juliet's lawyer." "And?" "I told her to use the wedding venue deposit." He stood up. "I should go. But Bella, I'm proud of you. Not just for exposing the truth, but for fighting for yourself when I wouldn't." After he left, Mia sat down. "You okay?" "Getting there." I flexed my fingers, marveling at their steadiness. "Did you see the Reddit post?" "About that?" She grinned. 3 publishers have contacted me. They want you to write a book." "About?" "About surviving toxic family dynamics, about standing up to abuse, about choosing yourself." Eric came back in with coffee. "Tell her the title I suggested." "Surviving Golden Shadows, When Family is the Villain," Mia said. "What do you think?" Before I could answer, Georgia rushed back in. "You need to see this." She held up her phone. On it was a video of my mother, makeup perfect despite her hospital stay, giving an interview to a local news station. "My daughters," she dabbed at dry eyes, "both need help. One with criminal tendencies, one with delusions. As a mother, my heart is broken. Turn it off, I said. Wait for it. The reporter turned to the camera. But documents show Mrs. Wright was aware of the fraud, even participating in threatening behavior to cover it up. Witnesses have come forward. They're investigating Mom too, Georgia said. The threats to your job, the harassment, it's all coming out. I looked at my steady hands, at my friends crowded into the hospital room, at the father who finally chose right over easy. You know what the strangest part is? I said. I don't feel guilty anymore. Good. Eric squeezed my shoulder. You shouldn't. My phone lit up with a message from Zoe. Juliet's mugshot is online, still wearing that Chanel she bought with stolen wedding gifts. So, Mia sat on the edge of my bed. About that book deal? I'll do it, I said. People need to know they're not alone. That standing up to family abuse isn't betrayal. It's survival. Speaking of survival, Eric pulled out a small wrapped package. Early getting out of hospital gift from all of us. Inside was a journal, bound in soft leather. The first page had an inscription. Sometimes the happiest ending isn't riding off into the sunset, it's walking away from the shadows. Write your truth. We've got your back. Love, your chosen family. I traced the words with my steady fingers, feeling the strength in them. Not just the physical strength from the surgery, but the deeper strength that comes from finally breaking free. Thank you, I said, looking at each of them, for everything. That's what real family does, Georgia smiled. My hands didn't shake as I opened the journal to its first blank page. They didn't shake as I wrote the opening line of my story. They wouldn't shake again.
The call came at 2:47 a.m., jolting me awake with that specific ringtone I'd assigned to my mother years ago, the one that always made my stomach clench. I almost declined it, like I had dozens of times before, but something in me hesitated. Maybe it was the late hour, or maybe it was the fact that she hadn't tried to contact me in 8 months. My name is Skylar, and I'm the kind of person who color codes their budget spreadsheets and has their retirement plan mapped out at 25. The kind of person who's been working since 16, who moved out at 18, and who learned early that depending on family was a luxury I couldn't afford. "Mom?" I answered, voice rough with sleep. "Baby, I need you." The tremor in her voice was familiar, theatrical almost, but with just enough genuine panic to make my chest tight. "The bank. They're taking the house. Your childhood home, Skylar. I don't know what to do." I sat up in bed, fully awake now. "What do you mean, taking the house?" "Foreclosure." She choked on a sob. "I need help. I know I have no right to ask, but you're the only one, the only responsible one." Classic mom. Flattery wrapped in crisis, served with a side of guilt. But something felt different this time. The desperation in her voice seemed real. "I'll come by tomorrow," I said, already regretting it. "No, please, now, I can't sleep. Mauricio is here. He can explain everything better than I can." "Mauricio? My husband." I nearly dropped the phone. "Your what?" "Please, Skylar, just come." 40 minutes later, I pulled up to the house I'd sworn never to return to. Except it wasn't the same house. This one was bigger, newer, in a better neighborhood. A sleek black Mercedes sat in the driveway alongside Mom's familiar, beaten-up Civic. Mom threw open the door before I could knock. She looked different. Expensive highlights, designer clothes, but with red-rimmed eyes and smeared mascara that seemed genuine enough. "Baby!" She pulled me into a hug that smelled of Chanel No. 5 and desperation. A man appeared behind her. Tall, distinguished-looking, maybe early 50s. He wore a cashmere sweater that probably cost more than my monthly rent. "You must be Skylar," he said, extending his hand. "I'm Mauricio. Your mother speaks of you often." I bet she does, I thought, but shook his hand anyway. They led me to a living room that looked like it belonged in a magazine. Mum perched on the edge of an elegant sofa, wringing her hands. "The thing is," she began, "we're behind on payments. The bank won't work with us anymore. They're giving us 2 weeks. Mauricio nodded gravely. "I've tried everything. My assets are tied up in development projects. If we had just $30,000 to bring the mortgage current..." I felt my eyebrows rise. "$30,000? I know you're good with money, baby, Mum said quickly. You always save. And I know it's so much to ask, but Mauricio will match whatever you can contribute. We just need to buy time until his next project closes. I've never asked for help before, she added softly. I almost laughed at that lie, but something in her eyes stopped me. She looked scared, really scared. Can I see the foreclosure notice? I asked. Mum glanced at Mauricio. It's all filed electronically now, but we can show you the payment history. Tomorrow, Mauricio cut in smoothly. The hour is late. Perhaps Skylar needs time to think? I nodded, standing. The whole situation felt off, but I couldn't put my finger on why. Mum walked me to the door, clutching my arm. Please, baby, I know I've made mistakes, but this is different. I can't lose everything now, not when things are finally getting better. I promised to think about it, just to make her let go of my arm. As I turned to leave, something caught my eye in the kitchen. Glossy brochures on the counter. Cruise line brochures. One was folded open to a Caribbean itinerary, with next week's date circled in red. My mother's voice called after me. Drive safe, baby! I got into my car, hands shaking slightly as I gripped the steering wheel. The cruise brochures kept flashing in my mind. Something was very wrong here, and for once in my life, I was going to figure out exactly what it was. Those cruise brochures can't be a coincidence, I said, pacing our apartment kitchen, while my roommate Jocelyn sat at the counter, nursing her morning coffee. Your mum's always been sketchy with money, Jocelyn replied. But asking for 30 grand while planning a vacation? That's next level. I pulled out my laptop. Help me dig? Girl, you know I live for this drama. Jocelyn slid her chair closer. Where do we start? Property records, they're public. I typed rapidly, pulling up the county assessor's website. Let's see what this house situation really is. 20 minutes later, we sat staring at the screen in disbelief. No mortgage, Jocelyn whispered. The house is owned free and clear by Mauricio Perkins Properties, LLC, which means no foreclosure. My hands were shaking. She lied. Again. I grabbed my phone, scrolling through old emails until I found what I was looking for. My grandmother Marlene's contact info. We hadn't spoken in years, not since Mum turned the family against her. But if anyone knew the truth. She answered on the second ring. Skylar, is everything okay? Grandma, I need to ask you something about Mum, about the old house. A long pause. You better come over, honey. There's a lot you should know. An hour later, I sat in Marlene's small but immaculate living room, clutching a cup of tea that had gone cold. Your mother sold the old house last year, Marlene said, pulling out a folder stuffed with newspaper clippings and documents. Made quite a profit, too. The neighbourhood had gentrified. She told everyone she was starting fresh, finding herself. Marlene's laugh was bitter. Next thing we knew, she'd married this developer. Mauricio. But why lie about foreclosure? Why ask me for money when... Because that's what Angela does, Marlene cut in. Here, look at these. She spread out papers across her coffee table. Bank statements, court documents, letters from attorneys. 10 years ago, she convinced me to cash out my retirement to invest in a business opportunity. $45,000. When I asked for it back, she turned hysterical, told everyone I was trying to ruin her life. Marlene's hands trembled slightly. The family believed her. They always do. I remember that fight, I said softly. She told me you were trying to control her, that you were jealous of her success. Success? Marlene snorted. Check your old accounts, Skylar, the ones she had access to when you were younger. I bet you'll find some interesting transactions. Back home, I did exactly that. It took 3 password reset attempts, but I finally got into my teenage savings account, the one Mom had helped me set up at 16 for my first job. Holy shit, Jocelyn breathed, looking over my shoulder. Is that? A cruise confirmation, booked last week using my old account number. I felt sick. She must have kept the information all these years, waiting. But there's no money in that account anymore, right? No, I cleared it out when I moved out. The charge will bounce. I kept scrolling through Mom's emails. She'd used my old email address as the backup for her accounts. Look at this. She's been planning this cruise for months. It's some luxury package with Mauricio. While asking you to bail her out of a fake foreclosure? Jocelyn shook her head. That's cold, even for her. My phone buzzed, a text from Mum. Have you thought about helping your family? Time is running out, baby. I stared at the message, something hardening inside me. You know what? I'm done being manipulated. I opened my laptop again, this time searching for Mauricio's business contacts. His company website listed his partner, Philip Nichols. What are you doing? Jocelyn asked. Getting answers. I found Philip's business email. Mum's been lying to everyone for years, playing us against each other. Maybe it's time someone started telling the truth. Be careful, Jocelyn warned. Your mum's got a way of turning things around. Not this time? I started typing the email to Philip. This time I have proof, and I'm going to make sure everyone sees exactly who she really is. My phone buzzed again. Another text from Mum. Mauricio's planning a farewell dinner next week. Small gathering, very elegant. We'd love for you to come, baby. Show everyone what a loving daughter you are. I smiled grimly at the screen. Oh, I'll come to dinner, Mom, but you might not like what I'm bringing to the table. Skylar? Jocelyn's voice held a warning note. Don't worry, I said, hitting send on the email to Philip. I'm not going to cause a scene. I'm going to do something much worse. I'm going to tell the truth. There's more, Marlene said, pulling a dusty box from her hall closet. I've been keeping these for years, hoping someone would finally want to know the truth. I'd come back to my grandmother's house after Philip's cryptic response to my email. Let's talk. Some things aren't adding up on our end either. Marlene dumped the contents of the box onto her dining room table, a cascade of papers, photos, and notebooks spanning decades of my mother's deceptions. Look at this first, she said, handing me a court summons from 15 years ago. Your mother borrowed money from your Aunt Sarah for a medical emergency. When Sarah tried to collect, Angela claimed she'd never received the money, even testified to it in court. How much? 20,000. Sarah had to sell her car to cover the debt she took on to help her sister. Marlene's voice cracked. She couldn't afford Christmas presents for her kids that year? My hands trembled as I sorted through more documents. Credit card statements, bounce checks, tearful letters from family members begging for repayment. Wait, I said, picking up a small leather-bound journal. Is this your mother's? Found it when she left it here years ago. Page 47. Read it. I flipped to the page, dated 5 years ago. My blood ran cold. Leverage inventory, I read aloud. Skylar, responsible, career-focused. Guilt points, childhood sacrifices, single mother struggles, financial pressure, high savings, emotional weakness about family obligations. Below my name was my brother's. Kyson, unreliable, easily manipulated. Guilt points, father abandonment, need for maternal approval, financial pressure, none. Broke, but useful for emotional manipulation of siblings. Keep reading, Marlene urged. Sarah, bleeding heart, trusting. Guilt points, sister bond, Christian values, financial pressure, home equity, children's college funds. I couldn't continue. She categorized everyone like we were marks in a con game. Because that's exactly what we were. Marlene pulled out her phone, showing me a recent text. Your brother messaged me yesterday. First time in years. Guess what he wanted? Money? Said your mum told him I was hoarding family inheritance, that I owed him his share. She laughed bitterly. There is no inheritance. Your mother made sure of that years ago. My phone buzzed. A text from Kyson. Hey sis, you talking to Mum? She says you're being difficult about helping with the house. Don't be selfish. Right on cue, I muttered. There's something else you need to see. Marlene pulled out a thick manila envelope. These are photos from your mother's first wedding. Not to your father or Kyson's father, to a man named Robert 20 years ago. The photos showed my mother, younger but wearing that same manipulative smile, next to a distinguished-looking man in an expensive suit. What happened to him? She cleaned out their joint accounts while he was on a business trip. Nearly $500,000. He had a heart attack when he found out. Did he die? No, but she told everyone he did. Used it for sympathy points when she met your father. Marlene's eyes were hard. She's doing it again, Skylar. Same pattern, different mark. This time it's Mauricio. The cruise, I said slowly. She's planning something. Check the dates on those cruise tickets again. I pulled up the confirmation email. Next Wednesday to... Oh God. What? It's one way. Only she and Mauricio are booked for the departure, but only she has a return ticket. My hands started shaking. She's going to clean him out during the trip. Like Robert? No, I said, reading through more of Mauricio's company details on my phone. Much bigger. Mauricio's company is about to close a huge development deal. The profits would be in their joint account by the time they're at sea. Marlene grabbed my arm. Skylar, listen to me. Your mother isn't just manipulative. She's dangerous. When people confront her, I know. I stood up, gathering the most damning documents. That's why we're not confronting her. We're going to do something much worse. What? We're going to that farewell dinner, and we're going to let her hang herself with her own lies. I held up her journal. Every single one of them. My phone buzzed again. Mom. Baby, about the dinner. Wear something nice. Mauricio's friends are very influential people. Wouldn't want them thinking I raised you wrong. I texted back, Don't worry, Mum. I'll make sure everyone sees exactly how you raised me. Looking up at Marlene, I felt a cold certainty settle over me. She taught me everything I know about planning ahead. Time to show her how well I learned. Philip agreed to meet me at a quiet coffee shop downtown, away from his and Mauricio's usual business haunts. He arrived exactly on time, wearing an expensive suit that somehow made him look more worried than professional. I had my assistant verify some things after your email, he said, sitting down with his espresso. The numbers don't match what Angela told us. What exactly did she tell you? That she owned the house outright, but medical debt from her last divorce forced her to take out a predatory loan. He rubbed his temples. Mauricio wanted to help, but our company's funds are tied up in the River Heights development until closing. There is no loan, I said, sliding copies of the property records across the table. And no medical debt. But I bet the River Heights timing isn't a coincidence. Philip studied the documents, his frown deepening. The closing is next week, day after they leave for the cruise. He looked up sharply. How did you know about the cruise? Because she booked it using my old account information. I showed him the confirmation emails. Notice anything strange about the tickets? He scanned them quickly. Only one return. Jesus. He pulled out his phone, scrolling rapidly. The River Heights profits would hit our accounts that Friday. Mauricio gave Angela joint access to everything when they married. How much? 7 figures. He put down his phone. But there's something else. The trust fund? What trust fund? Mauricio's lawyer insisted on a post-nuptial agreement. Any proven financial fraud voids Angela's claims to shared assets. He leaned forward. If someone could prove she lied about the house, about her past, I can prove a lot more than that. I pulled out copies of the documents from Marlene's box. Previous marriages, stolen money, court records, even a journal where she literally planned how to manipulate people. Philip's hands shook slightly as he read. Mauricio needs to see this. Not yet, I said. Mum's planning this big farewell dinner next week. All of Mauricio's important business associates will be there, including me, including you. I met his eyes. I have a plan, but I need to know. Will Mauricio act on proof, or will he let emotion cloud his judgment? Mauricio built his company from nothing. He's sentimental, but not stupid. Philip gathered the documents carefully. What do you need? Make sure everyone attends that dinner. And when I start presenting evidence, we'll back you up. He stood, straightening his suit. Mauricio's like a brother to me. I watched him work 20 years to build this company. Then help me protect it. After Philip left, I called Marlene. We're set for the dinner. Is Kaison still texting you? Non-stop. Says Angela told him I'm destroying the family by not helping with the house. Perfect. Forward me those texts. I smiled grimly. Mum always did love using Kaison as her emotional enforcer. Time to add his messages to the evidence pile. My phone buzzed. Mum again. Baby, Mauricio's so happy you're coming to dinner. He says you remind him of himself at your age. Smart with money, always planning ahead. If he only knew, I muttered. Another text followed. I know things haven't always been perfect between us, but this dinner means so much to me. A chance to show everyone what a close family we are. I thought about her journal entry. the cold calculation of using my emotional weakness about family obligations against me. For years she'd wielded guilt like a weapon, keeping us all dancing to her tune. My phone rang. Jocelyn, your brother just showed up at our apartment, she said without preamble. He's drunk, saying you're tearing the family apart by not helping Mum. Don't let him in. He's part of her plan. Already handled. Told him I was calling the cops. He left, but Skylar... She paused. He said something about Mum promising him a cut of the money if he could convince you to do the right thing. Add it to the evidence file. I looked at Mum's text again. She wants to show everyone what kind of family we are. Fine. I'll show them exactly what kind of family we are. Be careful, Jocelyn warned. The bigger they are, the harder they fall, I finished. And Mum's about to fall hard. Another text from Mum popped up. Just picked out my dress for the dinner. Mauricio says I look like $1 million. I smiled at the irony. No, Mum. You look like several $1 million, but not for long. The dinner was 5 days away. Everything was in place. All I had to do now was wait and prepare to serve justice as the final course. The rooftop restaurant glittered like a jewel box against the night sky. I arrived early, clutching my designer handbag, borrowed from Jocelyn, which contained 3 identical folders filled with carefully organised evidence. Mrs. Schuyler? The hostess smiled professionally. The private dining room is ready. You're the first to arrive. Perfect. I needed time to place the folders exactly where I wanted them. The room took my breath away. Floor-to-ceiling windows, crystal chandeliers, white roses everywhere. A long table was set for 12, each place setting probably worth more than my monthly salary. Mum had outdone herself, the perfect setting for her final performance. I heard her voice before I saw her. Baby, you look stunning! She swept in wearing a red designer dress, Mauricio close behind her. She hugged me tight, whispering, Thank you for not making a fuss about the house situation. Tonight's about family. If she only knew. The other guests arrived in quick succession. Philip nodded subtly to me as he entered with his wife. Mauricio's lawyer came with his partner, 2 other business associates, a local judge and his wife, and finally, to my surprise, my brother Kaison. Hope you don't mind, Mum said sweetly. Family should stick together. Kaison wouldn't meet my eyes. He looked nervous, fidgeting with his borrowed suit jacket. Once everyone was seated, the wine started flowing. Mum was in her element, charming the room with practiced ease. Before we start, she announced, raising her glass, I want to thank my beautiful daughter for helping us save our family home. Her generosity... Actually, I interrupted, standing slowly. I'd like to say something first. Mum's smile flickered. Baby, maybe wait until... I've prepared a short presentation. I pulled out the folders, starting to distribute them. About family, about truth, about consequences. Skylar, Mum's voice held a warning edge. This isn't the time. It's exactly the time. I placed the last folder in front of Mauricio. Everyone, please open to page 1. The room fell silent as they began reading. Mum's face went from confusion to horror as she realised what they were seeing. These are court records, I explained calmly, showing how Angela, my mother, defrauded her first husband, Robert, of nearly $500,000. Page 2 shows the bank transfers. Page 3 is her journal entry planning it. This is ridiculous, Mum started, but Mauricio held up his hand, reading intently. Page 4 shows the property records proving there is no foreclosure on our family home. In fact, Mum sold it last year for a substantial profit. I looked directly at her. Before meeting you, Mauricio. The judge leaned forward, frowning at his documents. Mauricio's lawyer was already making notes. Page 5 is particularly interesting, I continued. It shows the cruise bookings. One way for Mauricio, round trip for Mum. Scheduled to depart the day before the River Heights profits clear. Mum stood up, knocking over her wine glass. These are lies. Skylar's always been jealous of my happiness. Really? I pulled out her journal. Should I read your leverage inventory out loud? Where you categorized your own children as financial targets. Kaison jumped up. This is crazy. Mum wouldn't... Sit down, Mauricio said quietly. It was the first time he'd spoken. Angela, is any of this false? The room held its breath. Mum looked around wildly, mascara starting to run. I can explain everything. That's not what I asked. Maurizio's voice was ice. Is it false? The silence was deafening. Philip cleared his throat. The trust fund terms are quite clear about financial fraud. I did it for us, Mum cried, reaching for Mauricio. Everything I did was to build a better life. Mauricio stood slowly, buttoning his jacket. I'll have my lawyer contact you tomorrow. He turned to the room. I apologize for this unpleasantness. Dinner is, of course, cancelled. One by one, the guests stood and left. Mom remained frozen, mascara streaking down her face as her carefully constructed world crumbled. How could you? She whispered to me. Your own mother? You taught me well, I replied softly. About family, about planning ahead, about using people's weaknesses against them. I picked up her journal. I learned from the best. Kyson tried to follow me as I left, but I waved him off. Your cut of the money's gone, brother. Better find another mark. In the elevator down, Philip touched my arm. Mauricio wanted me to thank you. This could have been much worse. I nodded, suddenly exhausted. Tell him I'm sorry it had to be this way. Don't be. Some people only understand consequences when they're public and permanent. The night air hit my face as I stepped outside. Behind me, 20 stories up, I could imagine Mom still sitting there, surrounded by the ruins of her final con. My phone buzzed. Jocelyn. Is it done? It's done, I texted back. And Mom's never going to see it coming. The aftermath hit faster than I expected. By midnight, my phone was exploding with messages, mostly from Mum's flying monkeys, the relatives and friends she'd manipulated over the years. How could you humiliate your mother like that? Family problems should stay private. You've always been a cold, ungrateful child. I blocked them all, one by one, until only Kyson's message remained. You better watch your back, sis. Mom's not done with you. Jocelyn poured me a glass of wine as I showed her the threat. Should we be worried? Before I could answer, my phone rang. Mauricio's lawyer. Miss Schuyler, we need you to come in first thing tomorrow. Bring any additional documentation you have. Your mother is making claims. What kind of claims? She's saying you fabricated everything to extort money from her and Mr. Perkins. She's threatening legal action. I laughed. Actually laughed. Perfect. Tell her to do it. I'm sorry. Tell her to sue me. Because I have something I didn't show at dinner. I glanced at the USB drive on my counter. Something she really doesn't want made public. The next morning, I walked into the lawyer's office to find Mom already there, wearing her victim face, the one that had fooled so many people for so long. My own daughter, she sobbed to the lawyer, trying to destroy my marriage with lies. Interesting approach, I said, sitting down, especially considering this. I pulled out my laptop and played the video, security camera footage from her old house, showing her laughing with Kyson about the foreclosure scam, planning how to squeeze money from me. Where did you get that? Mum's mask slipped for a moment, showing raw fury. Marlene had cameras installed years ago, after you stole her retirement. I smiled. She kept everything. Every conversation, every scheme. Want to watch more? The lawyer cleared his throat. Mrs. Perkins, given this new evidence. That's not my name anymore, Mauricio said from the doorway. None of us had heard him come in. The trust fund terms were very specific about fraud. Mum's face crumpled. Darling, please. The accounts are frozen, he continued, as if she hadn't spoken. The house is in my company's name. Your belongings will be packed and delivered to wherever you specify. You can't do this. She turned to me, eyes blazing. This is your fault. I'm your mother. No, I said quietly. You're a con artist who gave birth to me. There's a difference. She lunged across the table, but Mauricio's security was faster. As they escorted her out, her screams echoed down the hallway. You'll regret this. All of you. I'm sorry, I told Mauricio once she was gone. About all of it. He shook his head. Don't be. Philip showed me the pattern. The other men, the stolen money. I would have been next. He managed a small smile. You saved my company. Thank you. Back home, Jocelyn was waiting with takeout and concern. Is it over? Almost. I checked my phone. Dozens of missed calls from Kyson. just one loose end. Right on cue, he banged on our door. "Skylar, open up. Mum's hysterical. They're taking everything." I opened the door but blocked his entry. "That's what happens when you help someone commit fraud, Kaison. She's our mother. No, she's your meal ticket, and now she's broke." I met his desperate eyes. "I have footage of you helping her plan the scam. Want to see how that plays with your probation officer?" He stumbled back. "You wouldn't... Try me. Walk away, Kaison. Find a real job. Stop being her puppet." After he left, Jocelyn hugged me. "You okay?" "Better than okay." I pulled out Mum's journal, her precious record of manipulations. "I'm free." My phone buzzed one last time. A text from Mum. "You think you've won? I made you. Everything calculating and cold in you comes from me. You're just like me, baby. Always will be." I typed back, "You're right about one thing. I learned from you. I learned what not to be. Goodbye, Mum." Then I blocked her number, permanently. "What now?" Jocelyn asked. "Now?" I looked at the journal, then walked to our fireplace. "Now we burn the past." I struck a match, touched it to the journal's pages, and watched years of manipulation turn to ash. "And tomorrow," she pressed. "Tomorrow I live my life without looking over my shoulder for the first time in 25 years. I smiled as the last page curled into flame. "Tomorrow I'm finally free." The journal crumbled to ash, taking my mother's power with it. In its place, I felt something new growing. Not revenge, not anger, but peace. The kind of peace that comes from finally standing up and saying, "No more." It was over. And I had won. 3 days after the confrontation at the lawyer's office, Philip called me for coffee again. This time, he looked relieved rather than worried. "She's gone," he said without preamble. Packed up what she could and disappeared. Left her phone, credit cards, everything traceable. "Smart," I replied. "She'll resurface somewhere new, with a different name. Mauricio wanted you to know. She tried to access the accounts before she left. Multiple times." He smiled grimly. "The bank flagged some interesting transfer attempts." "How much?" "All of it. Every penny she could reach." He stirred his coffee. "She would have cleaned him out completely." My phone lit up with an unknown number. Kaison using a burner phone, probably. I declined the call. "Your brother's been calling the office too," Philip said, "claiming he has dirt on you, trying to leverage a payoff." "Let me guess. He's desperate for cash now that Mum's gone." "Got it in one." Philip leaned forward. "But there's something else. The River Heights deal. Mauricio wants to offer you a job. Says anyone who can spot financial fraud that well belongs on our compliance team." I blinked, surprised. "I'll think about it." Later that evening, Marlene came over with a bottle of wine and years of stored-up stories. "Your mother did this before," she said, pouring generous glasses. "When she was younger, small towns, lonely men, always moving on before anyone caught on." "How did you know?" "I didn't, not at first. But I kept everything, every receipt, every letter, every clue. Started connecting dots." She took a long sip. "That's why she turned the family against me. I knew too much." My phone buzzed. Another unknown number. This time I answered. "Baby, listen." Mum's voice. "Calling from a payphone, Mum. That's almost vintage." "You don't understand what you've done," she hissed. "I had plans, security." "You had marks," I corrected. "And schemes. And now you have nothing." "I'm your mother." "No, you're a cautionary tale." I met Marlene's eyes across the room. "Don't contact me again." I hung up as Jocelyn walked in with dinner. Was that her? Last gasp of a dying con. I turned my phone off completely. "She'll find new targets, new lives to destroy." "But not yours," Marlene said firmly. "Not mine." The next morning, I met with Mauricio's lawyer one final time to sign affidavits about Mum's fraud. The receptionist handed me a thick envelope. "From Mr. Perkins," she said. "Personal, not business." Inside was a letter. "Skylar, your mother fooled a lot of people, myself included. But you saw through her. You chose truth over family loyalty, right over easy wrong. That takes rare courage. The job offer stands, but so does my gratitude, personal and professional. You saved more than money. You saved years of future pain for everyone she would have hurt next. Whatever you decide about the job, know this. You broke the cycle. That's no small thing. Mauricio. Below his signature was a business card for a high-end therapist with a note. She specializes in recovery from familial narcissistic abuse. Already paid for if you want it. I slipped the card into my wallet just as Philip texted. Kyson showed up at the office. Security removed him. He's spinning out. Might want to watch your back. As if summoned by the warning, my brother appeared on the street in front of me, looking desperate and unwashed. You ruined everything, he shouted. Mum's gone, I'm broke, and it's your fault. No, I said calmly, noting the security guards already moving toward us. Mum ruined everything. I just exposed it. She was taking care of us. She was using us. There's a difference. I stepped back as the guards approached. Get help, Kyson. Real help. Break free like I did. You think you're so much better than us, he spat, as the guards led him away. But you're just like her. Calculating. Cold. Maybe, I called after him. But I calculate to protect, not destroy. That's the difference. I watched until he disappeared around the corner, likely off to drink away his latest failure. My phone buzzed one last time. Mauricio's lawyer. Final papers filed. Trust fund officially revoked. It's done. I looked up at the clear blue sky, feeling lighter than I had in years. Mum was gone, her power broken, her web of lies exposed. She taught me everything she knew about planning, manipulation, and survival. She just never expected me to use those lessons against her. I pulled out the therapist card, finally ready to deal with the wounds she'd left behind. It was time to heal, and to become something she never could. Honest, real, free. The old family house stood empty, a sold sign swaying gently in the autumn breeze. I parked across the street, just watching. This was where it all started, where Mum first taught me about manipulation, about using people's weaknesses against them. My phone buzzed. Marlene. Ready for dinner? Jocelyn's already here helping me cook. These Sunday dinners had become our new tradition. Real family, built on truth instead of lies. Before I could reply, another text came through. Philip. Thought you should know. Angela surfaced in Miami, already engaged to some tech millionaire. I smiled, unsurprised. Mum would always be Mum, moving from mark to mark, but her world had shrunk. Mauricio's lawyer had made sure her fraud history followed her online, warning potential victims. Hey, a voice called from the house. Are you the previous owner's daughter? A young woman walked down the driveway, pregnant, glowing with happiness. We're moving in next week. The neighbours mentioned your family. Ancient history, I said. Make better memories here than we did. My phone rang. Unknown number. I almost declined it, but something made me answer. Skylar? Kyson's voice, clear and steady. I'm at Healing Waters Rehabilitation Centre, part of the programme. We're supposed to make amends. I waited, listening. You were right, he continued. About Mom, about everything. I'm learning to see it now. The manipulation, the games. He took a deep breath. I'm sorry I helped her hurt you. Are you clean? 30 days, it's hard, seeing everything clearly for the first time. I know. I watched the pregnant woman return to her future home, her fresh start. Keep doing the work, Kyson. Call me when you hit 90 days. Back in my car, I found one last message. A forwarded email from Mauricio's lawyer. Someone matching Mum's description had tried opening accounts at 3 different banks using my social security number. Don't worry, the lawyer wrote. We've flagged all attempts. She can't hurt you financially anymore. I drove to Marlene's house, where warmth and honest love waited. Jocelyn was setting the table while Marlene pulled a lasagna from the oven. Her real recipe, not the fake one Mum used to claim as her own. Look what I found, Marlene said, pulling out an old photo album. Pictures from before, everything. We sat together, looking at images of a younger, innocent me. Before Mum's lessons about leveraging people's emotions, before I learned to question every act of kindness. You know what's funny? I said, closing the album. She thought she was teaching me to be strong, but real strength is this. building something true from the ashes of her lies. Speaking of building, Jocelyn grinned. Tell them your news. I pulled out some papers from my bag. I'm starting my own consulting firm, teaching companies how to spot and prevent fraud, using everything she taught you to help people instead of hurt them. Marlene nodded approvingly. Perfect karma. My phone lit up one final time. Another unknown number. But instead of Mum's voice, I heard Mauricio. Sorry to call like this. Just wanted to say, the River Heights project is complete. The profits she tried to steal, we're using them to fund a support program for financial fraud victims. That's amazing. You inspired it, he said simply. Sometimes the best revenge is creating something good from something bad. After dinner, I stood in Marlene's garden, looking at the stars. Mom was out there somewhere, planning her next con. Kyson was in rehab, fighting for sobriety. The old house had new owners, ready to fill it with real love. And me? I was finally truly free. Not because Mum was gone, but because I'd chosen to be different, to be better. Jocelyn joined me outside. Deep thoughts? Just realizing something, I said. Mum always said I was just like her, calculating, strategic, able to read people's weaknesses. And maybe I am. But I'm using those skills to protect people now, to build instead of destroy. I smiled. She taught me everything she knew about manipulation and survival. I taught myself how to turn those lessons into something good. Inside, Marlene was laughing at something, the sound carrying through the open windows. Real laughter, not Mum's practiced performance. Ready to go back in? Jocelyn asked. Yeah, I said, turning away from the stars. I'm ready for whatever comes next. Because that's the thing about breaking free from toxic patterns. It's not about forgetting the lessons. It's about choosing every day to use them differently, to be better, to heal. And in the end, that's the sweetest revenge of all.
She's not built for pressure. Those words, whispered in what my mother-in-law thought was a private moment, changed everything. I pretended not to hear them as I carried the dessert plates back to the kitchen, but they burrowed deep into my mind, like a splinter you can't quite reach. I'm Beatrice, and until 6 months ago, I thought I was living the dream. Great career trajectory at Morgan and Pierce Consulting, loving husband, and what appeared to be a supportive extended family. That last part? Yeah, that's where things get complicated. Darling, you work too hard, Martina said earlier that evening, reaching across the dinner table to pat my hand. Her diamond tennis bracelet caught the light, matching her perfectly coiffed silver hair. I worry about you, especially with this big promotion coming up. Travis, my husband, beamed at his mother. Mom's right, Bea. You've been putting in crazy hours. I'm fine, I said, forcing a smile. The team lead position is worth it. Martina tilted her head, concern etched on her face. Of course it is, dear, but perhaps you should consider something less demanding. A woman needs balance, especially if you're thinking about starting a family soon. I felt my fork freeze halfway to my mouth. Travis and I hadn't discussed children with anyone yet. I shot him a look, but he was absorbed in his roast beef. Actually, I said, straightening my spine, Bo just put me in charge of Project Horizon. It's a multi-million-dollar pitch. Oh my. Martina pressed her hand to her chest. That's quite a responsibility. Are you sure you're ready for that level of exposure? Before I could respond, she stood up, smoothing her cream silk blouse. Let me help you clear these plates, dear. You look exhausted. That's when I overheard her comment to Madeline, Travis's sister, in the kitchen. The same Madeline who'd been shooting me subtle looks all evening, like she knew something I didn't. Bea? Travis called from the dining room. Mom says she'd love to help you organize your home office. She's amazing with that stuff. Remember how she transformed Madeline's whole filing system last year? I gripped the edge of the counter. That's thoughtful of her. I'd be happy to. Martina floated back in, all grace and warmth. I have so much free time since retiring from the foundation board, and you clearly need the support, sweetheart. I've got a system that works for me, I said carefully. Mom's just trying to help, Travis said, his voice taking on that slight edge it got whenever I didn't immediately embrace his mother's suggestions. Martina touched my shoulder, her grip just a fraction too tight. Family supports family, dear. We want you to succeed. Later that night, I was in our ensuite bathroom when I heard Travis on the phone. She's just stressed, Mom. No, I know you mean well. Of course I'll talk to her about it. I stepped out, arms crossed. Talk to me about what? He jumped, quickly ending the call. Mom's worried about you. She thinks maybe you're taking on too much with this new project. The project I just mentioned at dinner? She's already called you about it? Don't be like that. Travis sighed. She cares about you. Remember how she helped plan our entire wedding? She just wants to be involved. I remembered every suggestion that somehow became final decisions, every helpful change to my choices. But Travis looked at me with those earnest brown eyes, so much like his mother's, and I swallowed my response. Sure, I said instead, involved. The next morning, I arrived at work to find a gourmet coffee delivery on my desk. The card read, "To help you focus, darling. Don't worry about thanking me. That's what mothers are for. Martina." I stared at the coffee, remembering all the little helps over the past 3 years. The reorganized closets, the rescheduled dinner parties, the subtle comments about my career choices. My phone buzzed. A text from my best friend Skylar. "Lunch today? Need to tell you about that security upgrade." I typed back quickly. "Yes, and I need your advice on something else." Looking at Martina's coffee, I made a decision. Maybe I wasn't built for pressure, but I was definitely built for survival. And something told me I was going to need those skills sooner rather than later. I took the coffee and poured it down the break room sink. "Some help you're better off refusing. Someone's definitely messing with your calendar," Skylar said, pushing her salad around with a fork. "These aren't random glitches." I showed her my phone, scrolling through missed meetings and disappeared appointments. 3 client calls didn't show up this week. I look disorganized, unprofessional. And your mother-in-law just happens to be dropping by your house more often? To help. I made air quotes. Yesterday she reorganized my home office while I was at work. Said Travis gave her the spare key. Skylar put down her fork. "She did what?" "When I got home she was still there, just sitting at my desk, using my laptop. Said she was tidying up my digital workspace because my desktop was cluttered." "Tell me you have passwords on everything." I nodded, but felt my stomach twist. "Yes, but..." "But what?" I found my cloud storage account open in a browser tab. When I mentioned it, she just smiled and said, "It's so easy to leave tabs open by mistake, dear." Skylar's cybersecurity instincts kicked in. "We're installing monitoring software on your laptop. Today." That afternoon, I walked into a surprise team meeting. Bo, my boss, looked annoyed. "Beatrice, we've been waiting 15 minutes. The client presentation?" "What? That was scheduled for next week. The email clearly stated today. Everyone got it except you, apparently." I pulled up my inbox. There it was, an update I never saw. My hands started shaking. I'm sorry, I can present now. We've rescheduled. Bo cut me off. Get it together, Beatrice. This isn't like you. Back at my desk, my phone lit up with a text from Martina. Heard you had a rough day, darling. Coming by with dinner so you don't have to worry about cooking. I texted back. No need. I'm working late. Already on my way. Travis gave me your schedule. You poor thing, so disorganized lately. I called Travis immediately. Hey, B. Stop giving your mother my schedule. She's trying to help. You've been dropping the ball lately, and she's worried. I haven't been dropping anything. Things keep disappearing, changing. Maybe you need the help, B. Mom's really good at organizing. I hung up. My hands were shaking harder now. When I got home, Martina was in my kitchen, laptop open on the counter. There you are. I brought lasagna. Oh, and I noticed your work calendar seemed confusing, so I took the liberty of color-coding everything. Much better now, don't you think? I stared at her. You accessed my work calendar? It was open on your laptop, dear. Such a mess. But don't worry, I fixed it. Get out! She blinked innocently. Excuse me? Get out of my house. Beatrice. Her voice turned sharp. I'm only trying to help. You're clearly struggling. The only thing I'm struggling with is you. Get out before I call security. Her face shifted just for a second before the sweet smile returned. You're tired, dear. We'll talk when you're feeling more yourself. She gathered her things slowly, deliberately. At the door, she turned back. Travis will be so upset to hear about this outburst. He was just telling me how concerned he is about your stress levels. After she left, I called Skylar. She's in my computer. She's messing with my calendar, my files. I'm coming over. Don't touch anything until I get there. An hour later, Skylar was installing software on my laptop while I paced. This will record all activity, she explained. Every keystroke, every file access, every USB insertion. It'll run invisible in the background. Will she be able to find it? Not unless she's a better hacker than me. Which, Skylar smirked. She's not. My phone buzzed again. Travis. Mom's crying. Said you screamed at her. What's going on with you lately? I showed Skylar the text. She took my phone and typed a response. Not feeling well. Talk tomorrow. Document everything, she said, handing it back. Every interaction, every coincidence. Build your case. For what? For when you need to prove you're not crazy. She finished the installation and closed my laptop. People like your mother-in-law count on you doubting yourself. They count on no one believing you. So, we're going to give them something they can't deny. I looked at my laptop, thinking of all the accidents and mistakes of the past few weeks. How long should we wait? Skylar's eyes were hard. Until she gets cocky, until she makes a mistake big enough that no one can ignore it. And then? And then we show everyone exactly who Martina really is. Project Horizon is yours, Bo announced, sliding the folder across his desk. Don't make me regret this decision. My heart raced. Lead position on our biggest pitch of the year. This was everything I'd worked for. Thank you. I won't let you down. The board presentation is in 3 weeks. Keep this under wraps until then. Of course, Martina was waiting in my kitchen when I got home. Travis mentioned you had exciting news. She bustled around, arranging flowers she'd brought. Tell me everything about this project. I set my bag down carefully. Who told you about Project Horizon? Oh, is that what it's called? How interesting. She paused, examining me. You know I used to handle major accounts at my old firm. I'd be happy to look over your presentation strategy. That won't be necessary. Don't be proud, dear. Everyone needs guidance. She opened my laptop. Now, where are the files? I slammed the laptop shut, nearly catching her fingers. Stop touching my things. Beatrice. She stepped back, hand to her chest. What's gotten into you? I'm only trying to help. I don't need your help. I don't want your help. Please leave. Well, she sniffed. I can see you're not in a reasonable mood. We'll discuss this when Travis gets home. Right on cue, Travis walked in. Discuss what? Mom, why are you crying? Your wife seems to think I'm interfering. Martina dabbed at her eyes. I only wanted to support her career, like any mother would. B. Travis frowned. Why are you being so cold to Mom? Cold? She was trying to access confidential work files. I'm sure she wasn't. Stop defending her. She's always here, always helping, always. That's enough. Travis's voice hardened. Mom feels pushed out, replaced. She told me how you've been shutting her out, and now I'm seeing it myself. I stared at him, then at Martina's perfectly distressed expression. You actually believe this act? It's not an act, he said. You're the one acting strange. Maybe you should take a break. Let Mom help more. I'm going to Skylar's. I grabbed my bag. Don't wait up. At Skylar's apartment, I paced while she checked the monitoring software logs. She's tried accessing your laptop 6 times this week, Skylar said. Look, USB insertions, failed password attempts. She's after Project Horizon. Then let's give her something to find. Skylar's fingers flew over the keyboard. I'm setting up a video capture trigger. Anytime someone connects a USB or enters a password, it'll record everything. Travis thinks I'm paranoid. Travis is blind. Skylar turned to face me. Listen to me. If you feel watched, you probably are. People like her depend on you thinking you're crazy. They depend on no one believing you. My phone buzzed. Madeline. Mom's heartbroken. She raised Travis alone after Dad died, sacrificed everything. How dare you treat her this way? Another text followed. She just wants to be included in her son's life. Is that too much to ask? I showed Skylar the messages. She snorted. The flying monkeys are circling. Classic manipulation tactic. She's building her army. What do I do? Keep your evidence safe. I'm backing everything up to my secure server. And B? She gripped my arm. Don't let her see you sweat. That's what she wants. The next morning, Martina was at my office, with coffee, again. Peace offering? She held out the cup. I know we got off on the wrong foot yesterday. How did you get past security? Oh, I told them I was bringing my daughter-in-law a surprise. Everyone here is so lovely. She perched on my desk. Speaking of lovely, that young woman, Marley, she mentioned you're leading something big. She's so proud to work with you. My blood ran cold. Marley was my mentee, barely a year into her career. What exactly did you say to her? Just that I hoped she's supporting you properly. These projects can be so overwhelming. She stood, smoothing her skirt. Well, I should go. Oh, and Travis asked me to organize your home office this afternoon. He's worried about your stress levels. No. No? No more organizing. No more surprise visits. No more anything. Her mask slipped, just slightly. Careful, dear. Travis is already concerned about your attitude. Pushing away family support during such a crucial time in your career, that doesn't look good. She left the coffee on my desk. I waited until she was gone, then dumped it in the plant beside my desk. The plant was dead by afternoon. That night, I enabled the video tracking on my work laptop. Let her try something now. The camera would catch everything. My phone buzzed one last time before bed. Travis. Mom says you're shutting her out. She's trying so hard, Bea. Please don't make me choose. I turned off my phone and stared at the ceiling. Choose. Oh, Travis. She made that choice for you long ago. You just don't know it yet. Board presentation day. Everything I'd worked for came down to the next 2 hours. I'd triple-checked the files last night. Slides, projections, market analysis, all perfect. A soft knock at my office door. Martina brought you a special breakfast. She smiled, setting down a paper bag and coffee, and I thought we could pray together for your success. I'm fine, thanks. Now. She closed my door. Family supports family. Just a quick prayer. She gripped my hands before I could pull away. Her diamond rings bit into my skin. Dear Lord, she began, eyes closed. Please guide Beatrice in this important moment. Help her handle the pressure with grace. I kept my eyes open, watching her free hand inch toward my laptop. And if this responsibility proves too much, help her accept it with humility. The prayer dragged on. 5 minutes. 10. My presentation was in 45 minutes. Amen, she finally finished. There. Don't you feel better? I need to prepare now. Of course, dear. I'll just tidy these papers while you freshen up. No. What? Get out of my office. She sighed dramatically. Travis warned me you might be difficult today. The stress is clearly affecting you. Now, Martina. Fine. She gathered her purse. But remember, family supports family, even when they're being unreasonable. The moment she left, I reached for my laptop. Blank screen. Dead battery? No, it was plugged in. I pressed the power button. Nothing. My stomach dropped. I connected my backup drive. Error message. Drive not recognized. Hands shaking, I opened my cloud storage. Account access denied. No. I clicked through folders frantically. Everything for Project Horizon, gone. Completely wiped. My phone buzzed. Bo. Board's ready early. Coming to get you now. Footsteps in the hallway. I had 3 minutes. Tops. Another text. Martina. Praying for you. The door opened. Bo stood there with Martina right behind him. Ready for the big presentation? She asked sweetly. Actually, Bo frowned. You shouldn't be on this floor, Mrs. Roberts. Oh, I was just leaving. She touched my shoulder. Good luck, dear. Though I'm worried. You seem quite overwhelmed. Bo looked at my blank laptop screen. Beatrice, everything okay? She's been so stressed, Martina interjected. I feared this might happen. My hands stopped shaking. A strange calm settled over me as I reached for my tablet in my bag. Everything's fine, I said, standing up. Let's start with a behind-the-scenes look at Project Horizon. Martina's smile flickered. Perhaps we should reschedule. No, I cut her off. The board needs to see this, all of it. In the conference room, 8 board members waited. Martina tried to slip out. Please stay, I said loudly. This concerns you. I connected my tablet to the projector. Skylar had taught me well. Everything backed up, everything recorded. Before we discuss Project Horizon's projections, there's something you need to see. The video started playing. crystal clear footage of Martina, not 10 minutes ago, systematically deleting files from my laptop, inserting a USB drive, disabling my accounts. The room went silent. Frame by frame, her sabotage played out. Her careful glances at the door, her satisfied smile when the screen went dark. I paused on a close-up of her face. "Would you like to explain this, Martina?" She stood up, flustered. I was trying to help organize by deleting confidential corporate files. You're twisting this. The timestamps don't lie. I turned to Bo. Neither does the backup drive hidden in my desk, containing every original file she just tried to destroy. Bo's face had turned to stone. "Mrs. Roberts, please step outside. Fiona from legal will want to speak with you." "This is ridiculous. I'm just a concerned mother who just committed corporate espionage," I said quietly. "The door's that way." She turned to flee, but security was already there. As they escorted her out, she screamed back at me, "Travis will never forgive you for this." I connected my backup drive and pulled up the real presentation. "Now," I said to the stunned board, "about Project Horizon's market penetration strategy." An hour later, I finished to impressed nods and solid questions. As the board filed out, Bo touched my arm. "That was something else? How long has she been targeting you?" "Months. I have more footage." He shook his head. "Legal will need everything, but Beatrice, the way you handled this VP track is looking good." My phone buzzed again. Travis. "What have you done? Mom's hysterical. How could you set her up like this?" I turned off my phone. The truth was already playing out, frame by frame, timestamp by timestamp. Let him watch it burn. Fiona from legal sat across from Martina in the conference room, playing the footage again. I watched through the glass wall as Martina's perfectly maintained facade cracked. "That's not... You're misunderstanding my intentions," Martina stammered. "Am I?" Fiona paused the video. "Because it looks like premeditated corporate sabotage, accessing confidential files, destroying company property." "I was helping my daughter-in-law. She's been so disorganized lately." "By deleting a multi-million-dollar presentation minutes before a board meeting." Martina's face hardened. "You don't understand. She's trying to destroy my family, taking my son away." "This isn't about your son," Fiona cut in. "This is about criminal behavior on corporate property." Security arrived with Martina's purse. "Mom, we need to check for any company storage devices." They found 3 USB drives. One contained every file she'd deleted, plus emails, calendar entries, private documents she'd copied over weeks. "Just keeping copies," Martina said weakly. "For safekeeping." "For leverage," I said from the doorway. She spun around. "You ungrateful little—" "Mrs. Roberts," Fiona interrupted. "I suggest you stop talking and call your lawyer." The elevator dinged. Travis burst out, Madeline right behind him. "What's going on? Mom called crying." He stopped short, seeing the security guards. "B, what did you do?" "Show him," I told Fiona. She played the footage again. Travis watched his mother methodically destroy my work, his face draining of color. "Mom?" His voice cracked. "What?" "Why would you—" "Travis, darling, she's manipulating you. The video doesn't lie," I said quietly. "Neither do the logs showing every time she accessed my computer, or the emails she intercepted, or the calendar entries she deleted." "You recorded her?" Travis turned to me, eyes wild. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Would you have believed me?" He flinched. "This is ridiculous!" Madeline snapped. "Mom was trying to help. Beatrice is clearly unstable." "Ms. Roberts," Fiona cut in, "your mother committed several federal crimes today. Helping doesn't factor into it." Security stepped forward. "Mom, we need you to leave the premises." "You can't do this." Martina stood, shaking. "I'm his mother. Oh, I was protecting him from her." "By committing corporate espionage?" Beau appeared in the doorway. "The board has seen enough. You're banned from these offices. Permanently. Travis!" She reached for him. Tell them how she's turned you against me." But Travis was staring at the USB drives on the table. "Those are mine, from my desk at home. You've been going through my things? To protect you, she's poisoned you against your family." "Security!" Beau nodded. "Please escort Mrs. Roberts out." They had to practically drag her. Her screams echoed down the hallway. "She'll ruin you! She'll take everything! Travis!" Madeline chased after her, shooting me a venomous look. In the sudden silence, Travis slumped against the wall. "I didn't want to believe it," he whispered. "All those times you said she was interfering. I tried to tell you. Why didn't you try harder?" I laughed bitterly. "Every time I questioned her, you defended her. Every time I pulled away, I was being cold. What exactly should I have tried?" "You should have trusted me." "Like you trusted me?" He had no answer for that. Fiona cleared her throat. "Beatrice, we'll need your statement, and all documentation of previous incidents." "I have everything," I said. "Every recording, every log, every accidental deletion." "You've been planning this," Travis realized. "No, I've been protecting myself. There's a difference." My phone buzzed. Skylar. "News is spreading. You okay?" Before I could reply, another text came through, from Marley, my mentee. "OMG, just heard what happened. That's why my emails to you kept bouncing back." Then another, from an unknown number. "Martina did the same thing to me when I dated Travis in college. Thank you for exposing her." And another. "She got me fired from the charity board last year. I have proof." The messages kept coming. Women with stories, people with evidence, a pattern emerging from the shadows. "I need to go." Travis pushed away from the wall. "Where?" "I don't know. Just not here." He left without looking back. Beau touched my shoulder. "Take the rest of the day." "But, Beatrice, that presentation, even with everything else, impressive work." I nodded, gathering my things. In the elevator, I finally replied to Skylar. "It's done, but I think this is just the beginning." My phone buzzed one last time. Martina. "You've made a terrible mistake. Family is forever, dear. Remember that." I smiled at the message. Oh, I'd remember. And so would everyone else who watched that video. The house felt empty when I got home. Travis's keys weren't on the hook, his laptop missing from the kitchen counter. A note sat in its place. "Staying at Madeline's? Need time to think." My phone hadn't stopped buzzing since the incident. More messages from women with their own Martina stories. The charity board members, Travis's ex-girlfriends, each one a thread in a tapestry of manipulation. Skylar arrived with wine and takeout. "You need to see this." She pulled up a local community Facebook group. Martina's latest post glowed on the screen. "Heartbroken mother seeking prayers. My beloved daughter-in-law has fabricated horrible lies about me. Please pray for her mental health and our family's healing." The comments flooded in. "Praying for you." Family is everything. Some women just can't handle successful mother-in-laws. She's playing the victim card hard, Skylar said, pouring wine. My phone rang. Madeline. What? You burned down our family to look like a hero, she spat. Congratulations! Your mother tried to destroy my career. She was protecting Travis. You've been isolating him, turning him against us. Is that what she told you? Did she mention the USB drives, the deleted files, the sabotage? You provoked her, made her desperate. Put Travis on. Silence. He doesn't want to talk to you, Madeline finally said. Because he doesn't want to, or because she won't let him? She hung up. Skylar refreshed the Facebook page. New post from Martina. A mother's love is forever. No matter how they hurt us, we forgive. She's good, Skylar admitted. Really good at this. The doorbell rang. We both froze. If it's her, Skylar started, but it was Marley from work, looking nervous. I had to come, she said. There's something you should know. I let her in. She clutched her phone like a lifeline. Last week, your mother-in-law came to my desk, asked about Project Horizon, said you'd been struggling, needed help, but wouldn't admit it. She seemed so concerned. What did you tell her? Nothing specific, but... Marley pulled up her phone messages. She's been texting me, asking questions, saying she's worried about your mental state. The messages showed a careful campaign of concern trolling. Martina positioning herself as the worried mother, Marley as the loyal employee who should keep an eye on me. She wanted me to report back to her, Marley said, about your meetings, your files. Did you? No, it felt wrong, but... She hesitated. There's more. Other junior staff members got similar messages. She was building a network. My hands shook as I poured more wine. Another text from Travis. Mom says she was trying to protect me from your ambition. Says you've changed. Maybe she's right. Changed? I threw my phone. I'm exactly who I've always been. He just never saw it because she kept rewriting the story. Skylar picked up my phone, screen cracked but still working. Holy shit, she said. Look at this. A new email had arrived. Subject line, Ori Martina Roberts, pattern of behavior. Dear Mrs. Travis Roberts, I was the HR director at Metropolitan Bank in 2010. Your mother-in-law's actions today mirror a situation we had with her before her retirement. I have documentation if you're interested. More emails poured in. Former colleagues, ex-employees, people who'd crossed paths with Martina and lived to regret it. It's like watching dominoes fall. Skylar whispered. My doorbell rang again. This time it was Fiona from legal. We need to talk, she said. The company's investigating previous incidents. Apparently, your mother-in-law had a history of helping at her former workplace too. Until things went missing. Projects failed. People got fired. How did she get away with it? Same way she almost did today. She was very good at looking concerned while setting fires. Fiona sat down. We're building a case. Will you testify? Before I could answer, another text from Travis. Mom's hysterical. Says you're trying to destroy her reputation. What happened to the woman I married? I showed Fiona the message. She's still controlling the narrative, I said. Then change it, Fiona replied. We have evidence, videos, witnesses. Let's tell the real story. My phone buzzed one last time. Madeline. Mom's been hospitalized for anxiety. I hope you're happy with what you've done to our family. I took a deep breath. Okay, Fiona. Let's tell the truth. All of it. Skylar squeezed my hand. Ready to go nuclear? I looked at Travis's empty chair, at the growing pile of evidence on my coffee table, at the years of carefully constructed manipulation unraveling thread by thread. Nuclear? I smiled grimly. No. Let's go surgical. Clean, precise, and impossible to deny. The community center board meeting was Martina's sanctuary, her kingdom of carefully curated influence. Until today, I moved to discuss the recent allegations. Barbara, the board president, announced. Martina, would you care to explain the corporate espionage charges? Allegations, Martina corrected, silk blouse rustling as she straightened. My daughter-in-law is troubled. We've seen the video, another board member cut in, the one from her office. And received some concerning emails, Barbara added. Former colleagues of yours? Something about similar incidents at Metropolitan Bank. Martina's perfectly lined lips trembled. I've dedicated my life to this community. 20 years of service. Of manipulation, I said from the doorway. She whirled around. You can't be here. This is a private meeting. I invited her, Barbara said, along with some other guests. The door opened wider. 3 women entered. I recognized them from the photos they'd sent. Travis's ex-girlfriends. Hello, Martina, the first one said. Remember me? The scholarship you had revoked because I was distracting Travis from his studies? The job offer that mysteriously disappeared, the second added. The accidental email that got me fired, said the third. Martina stood, grabbing her purse. This is harassment. Sit down, Barbara commanded. We're not finished. My phone buzzed. Travis. At Mom's house. Found something in her study you should see. Speaking of finished, I pulled out a folder. I have some documents you should all review. Emails. Records. A very interesting pattern of coincidences involving anyone who got too close to Travis. Or questioned your authority, Barbara added, examining the papers. Like our former treasurer. Martina's mask cracked. You don't understand. I protected him. All of them were wrong for him. That wasn't your choice to make, I said quietly. I'm his mother. You're a bully with a good manicure. The board members passed the documents around. Whispers grew louder. Martina's carefully constructed world began to crumble. In light of these revelations, Barbara stood, I moved to remove Martina from all board positions, effective immediately. You can't, Martina started. All in favor? Every hand raised. My phone buzzed again. Travis. Found her locked drawer. Get over here. Now. I left Martina to her public execution and drove to her house. Travis met me at the door, holding a stack of papers. I had to know, he said hoarsely. Had to see for myself. Inside her study, the locked drawer lay open. Decades of careful documentation spread across her desk. Notes, plans, strategies for removing obstacles from Travis's life. She tracked everything, Travis whispered. Every person she thought was wrong for me. Every career move she didn't approve of. Even your promotion timeline. A note caught my eye. From Martina to Madeline. If she fails, Travis will come home, where he belongs. Trust the plan. She was never going to let me live my own life, Travis said. Any of us. His phone rang. Madeline. What? He listened, face hardening. No, I won't tell B to back off. Have you seen what's in Mom's study? No, you listen. It's over. The lies, the manipulation, all of it. He hung up, hands shaking. "I'm sorry," he said. "I should have believed you." "You weren't supposed to. That was the point." What do we do with all this? I took a photo of Martina's note about my failure, sent it to Fiona, then another, and another. "We tell the truth," I said. "All of it." My phone lit up. Skylar. "It's happening. Check the community Facebook page." The carefully crafted posts about poor, persecuted Martina had vanished, replaced by screenshots, videos, testimonials from people she'd destroyed. Another text. Barbara. "She's been removed from all charitable organizations. No one wants the liability." Then Fiona. "Metropolitan Bank is reopening their investigation. Others are following." "She'll never forgive this," Travis said. "No," I agreed, "but she'll never hurt anyone else either." My phone buzzed one last time. Martina. "You've destroyed everything I built. I hope you're satisfied." I showed Travis the message. He took my phone, typed a response. "No, Mom. You destroyed it yourself. One lie at a time." We stood in her study, surrounded by evidence of years of manipulation. Travis picked up a photo of himself as a child, Martina holding him tight. "I don't even know who she really is," he whispered. "Maybe now she'll have to figure that out, too." I forwarded the drawer's contents to everyone Martina had ever hurt. Let karma do its work. Sometimes revenge isn't about fire and fury. Sometimes it's about turning on the lights and letting the truth speak for itself. "And that's how you handled the Project Horizon crisis?" Marley held her recorder closer, eyes wide. I adjusted my new VP nameplate on my desk. "That's how I handled the truth. The project was just collateral damage. The company newsletter wants to feature you in their Women in Leadership series," she said. "But it's not just about the promotion, is it?" "No." I glanced at the framed photo on my desk. Travis and me at the lake house last weekend. Different from the old photos. Real smiles now. "It's about what happens when you stop accepting other people's versions of your story." My phone buzzed. Another message from one of Martina's former victims. "Metropolitan Bank's investigation concluded. She's being held liable for financial damages." "Do you hear from her?" Marley asked. "Not since the restraining order." The last time I'd seen Martina was at the courthouse. She'd aged decades in weeks, designer clothes replaced by off-the-rack beige. Her carefully curated image had crumbled along with her social standing. A knock at my office door. "Skylar. Ready for lunch? We're celebrating." "Celebrating what?" She held up her phone. The Foundation Board officially donated Martina's emergency fund to domestic violence shelters. Turns out karma takes Venmo. Marley packed up her recorder. "One last question. What would you tell other women facing similar situations?" "Trust your instincts," I said. "Document everything. And remember, abusers count on your silence." At lunch, Skylar raised her glass. "To the new VP of Strategic Development." "To karma," I countered. "Speaking of karma." Skylar nodded toward the restaurant entrance. Madeline stood there, looking uncertain. She'd lost weight, her designer clothes hanging loose. "Can we talk?" she asked, approaching our table. I gestured to an empty chair. She sat, hands twisting in her lap. "I found Mom's other records," she said quietly. "The ones about me." "Let me guess. Your career choices? Your relationships?" She nodded. "Everything I did wrong. Everyone I disappointed. She had it all documented." A bitter laugh. even my failure to provide grandchildren. She controlled through information, Skylar observed. I'm seeing a therapist, Madeline continued. She says it's generational trauma. Mom's mom did the same thing to her. Doesn't excuse it, I said. No, but... She pulled out her phone, showed us a text. Martina demanding she choose sides, threatening to expose Madeline's secrets. I'm done, Madeline said, with the lies, the manipulation, all of it. Does Travis know you're here? He suggested it. He's at a support group for adult children of narcissists. My phone lit up. Travis. Dinner tonight? Have news about Mom's old house. I typed back. Your sister's here? His response came quickly. Bring her. Time to break the silence. Madeline read the exchange over my shoulder, tears threatening. I don't deserve... No. I cut her off. That's Martina talking. We all deserve better than what she taught us to accept. That evening, Travis grilled on our new deck while Madeline helped me with salad. Sold Mom's house, he announced. Below market value, but worth it to be done. What about her things? Madeline asked. Donated, except her records. Those went to the investigators. The doorbell rang. Skylar arrived with wine, followed by Marley clutching a proof of the newsletter article. Look what they're calling it! She grinned. Breaking the glass ceiling and glass houses. We gathered around the table, this makeshift family built from broken pieces. No perfect facades, no hidden agendas, just truth, served with grilled chicken and honesty. I got another message today, I said, from Metropolitan Bank's investigation. They found evidence going back 20 years, other families, other victims. But she looked so perfect, Madeline whispered. Perfect is usually paint over rot, Skylar said. My phone buzzed one last time, Barbara from the community board. Thought you should know. Martina tried to join a church group 2 towns over. They Googled her name. I showed Travis the message. He nodded slowly. That's the thing about truth, he said. Once it's out, you can't hide it behind designer clothes and charity work anymore. To truth. Skylar raised her glass. To consequences, Madeline added. Oh, to writing our own stories. I finished. We clinked glasses under the setting sun, the evening air fresh with possibility. Sometimes the happy ending isn't about forgiveness or redemption. Sometimes it's about breaking free, standing tall, and letting the truth do what truth does best. Shine light into dark places until nothing can hide anymore. Trust is earned, and sometimes paid out in very public dividends.